Hello, good day, everybody. Welcome back to the third round of Sharjah Masters 2025. Today with you, I will be once again me, Tom Kantans, and we're joined by Raluca Sgîrcea.
Hi, Toms. Hi, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Well, I am doing pretty good, but I don't know about everybody else. But it must be a positive day because we have another round starting, and
Very strong round, yeah?
yeah, very strong round, and every round is very strong one here. But what is really exceptional, the first thing I would like to note is we have only 3 people with 2 out of 2. I cannot recall ever seeing that in an open tournament, that after 2 rounds, there will be only 3 people with perfect score.
Yeah, that's not so common. But on the other hand, this is such a strong tournament that there's nothing common about it, is it?
Yes. Have you had a pleasure to play in this event before or just
No,
spectate?
no, never. I've just looked at it from afar. What about you?
Oh no, yeah, I never played in it, and hopefully sometime, as it looks to be very very exciting event, but so far has not happened.
It's just enjoyable to watch all these strong people face each other and bring us exciting chess. I saw some nice games yesterday. I was traveling, but I did check out the first few boards.
And uh, any any favorites already who you're cheering for, especially in these rounds, or you're trying to stay impartial?
Well, I have a few friends who are playing, so of course I'm cheering for them. I'm hoping they do well. For example, there's the Romanian Ducu, David Gavrilescu, who is, I think he made 2 draws so far, if I remember correctly. He's on 1 point. And then Kartik Venkataraman is also a friend, so hope he does well as well.
So not impartial all the rounds, all the games.
No, no.
But good. I don't think we have to be completely, let's say that, without favorites in this event. And anybody so far which maybe stands out for you by some games or some performances? I personally would like to note out Dai Changren, who is on 2 out of 2 and won 2 very strong opponents in very tactical games, very exciting games. And it's exciting to see what is he gonna be having today on the board, since he's playing another very tactical and aggressive player. So two playing players playing this playing style meeting could be an exciting matchup.
For sure. I've also liked Alexander Indic. Yesterday's game was really nice. Was a model game, I thought. Yeah, such a nice game that ended with a sacrifice. I think he has been having a fantastic past year. So let's see if what he brings in this tournament.
Yeah, so we can take a look at the standings to also just see who is right now on the top. So 3 people with 2 out of 2, as mentioned. So Changren Dai is is in the first place, but of course that is after 2 rounds only
Very
looks
soon.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have already mentioned Alexander Indic and Visakh uh, with 2 out of 2. And the group with 1.5 is actually a very, very big one. It doesn't end with 14 players, it goes on still a bit for a while. And yeah, and a lot of favorites there. So far, the top seed, Abu Satoro, has been held down to 2 draws, but for sure, at some point, he's gonna start winning his games as well, and might be joining the leaders. But other than that, I think most of the favorites are on 1.5 out of 2.
Yeah, I was checking out his pairing today, and he's playing with compatriot Vakidov with the black pieces.
Not an easy matchup
Abusada.
at all.
Not a myth. No, not easy at all. No, he's not gonna have this easy.
But
Uh,
maybe, though, he could be respected way too much. And sometimes when you play a person that you know very well, the problem is that there's already history under, and it's hard to play the objective matchup. You're sometimes like already entering the game, kind of thinking, I'm always losing to this guy.
oh, he's so strong. Yeah, he's had such good results. Yeah, we'll see how he does today. Certainly, a lot of people to watch. There's also Andy Woodward. I see on 1.5 on board 6. Yeah, probably a lot of
Yeah.
exciting games we're gonna have.
Yeah, so we don't have cameras on all the boards, only on top five, but indeed we have a lot of young players who are also on 1.5, which could be interesting to follow. Yeah, like you mentioned, Andy Woodward. Also, the Oro Faustino is also on 1.5 point out of two,
Yes.
so his game, I'm sure, also has a lot of fans who would like to see. So since he's on such a high board, we can try to remember to stop by there.
Hmm.
And yeah,
He's hunting the final norm, isn't he?
oh, the
This,
final one.
I think so.
I thought he's hunting the first norm still, but
The first
might
still
be.
okay.
I maybe I'm.
I was
I
under the impression he already had norms, but maybe someone can confirm that for us.
yeah. I don't. Yeah, I'm just guessing. I think I just saw somewhere some article on him hunting the first norm. That's why I have the feeling that it must be true. So, but I did not do any fact checking.
Okay,
Okay,
what else do we have? We have Jujiner playing on board 5, but that's because that's a fixed board. She's on 1 point.
but that's the game that we are gonna be checking out since we have a
Yes.
nice camera feed for that one.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a exciting game to follow as well. And so yeah, and then we are gonna be just searching for some crazy positions. Of course, we have a 15-minute delay, so if you guys suggest something to us in chat, then we're gonna see it with after 15 minutes. No, the other way.
Mm,
You suggested in chat, but you're gonna see position which has been already 15 minutes ago for us.
yeah.
More precisely. But maybe it's still exciting, so please do make your suggestions. If there's anybody you want to follow, any games, some of your friends playing, you can also make a request. We might be able to take a look at those games as well. And other than that, we are just going to be hunting for some
Interesting
exciting,
games.
yeah.
See who brings us excitement today. Well, I think we have a few games. Well, Kartik, I mentioned him before. I see he's playing Bibisara, Asabaeva. So I think that's going to be a nice game as well. We have, yeah, a few young players here. There's also Ivic, very strong player. And we have a few moves.
Yeah, the players are playing. The game is on. So we already have the first moves in. So for
Okay.
now, not much to say about about the opening. So knight f3, I read the opening. That's as far as my name knowledge goes in the openings.
Well,
And
we don't have much more information for now, do we? I think that's where it stops. Knight f3, and let's see what Black goes for now. I guess now is where the name decides.
yeah,
Maybe
c4 is an aggressive approach, kind of trying to immediately ask questions to black. How are you going to set up pieces? Can do it with a very calm c6. It's totally fine. But that immediately tells your opponent, okay, I'm going to be playing relatively calm. I won't be playing aggressively with c5 and fighting for the center with all the force. Or we can take the pawn as well. It's nothing wrong with taking the pawn, accepting this small sacrifice at least for a move or two. Or just developing in a simple way with e6. And
there's also d4, yeah, in this position, going for a reversed Benoni.
yeah, going for d4, the aggressive kind of approach, I guess you could
Kind of,
say.
yes, some complicated lines sometimes there. after d4.
White is giving up the control of the center a little bit by allowing d4, but at the same time, yeah, they're going to quickly develop the bishop on g2 to work on this long diagonal castle and then start to break the center, the d4 pawn with e3, sometimes still aggressively with b4,
b4, yeah.
Depending how black is setting up the pieces. What are the prognosis? What are your prognosis? What we're going to see here from Visak?
I don't think we're going to see d4. I don't know. I haven't seen it so much at very high level. So I'm guessing that maybe e6 is quite common here. I'm deciding for the setup a bit later. I think e6 is going to be. What do you think? I don't know him as a player, but I know that it's e6 is often played in this move order.
Yeah, and it also could be that depending on what is his main opening, I'm not familiar with that he could be looking to transpose into some familiar territory. Maybe at this point, after c4, he doesn't precisely know what is the idea, but he would like to get back into some openings that he plays. And probably he plays all sorts of lines around in different move orders, because c4 it has to come sometime. But yeah, it might be that in this particular moment.
I'm just going to quickly check if what does he usually do in this?
d4. We have d4.
Oh, no. Exactly what I thought will not happen. So we're going to have excitement here already.
Yeah, d4 lines, they're fun. They are always super fun, and they can get tactical very quickly, and Indij is not gonna shy away from a sharp game. And usually the case also with just in general, ambitious players is just, that they are ready to play tactical games, and b4 immediately.
The most challenging one, right? I think b4 is the way to handle this.
b4 with an idea to stop c5 from coming and cementing the center.
So I was just checking the games. I looked in ChessBase, and Visak has played d4 before in this position. He has one game and three other games, two of them with e6 and one with c6. So pretty much everything, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So just going by the mood.
Yeah. Today he's playing on board 1, so he decides to be aggressive.
Okay, and the game which he had with the b4, with the d4...
it was g3, that's what I was going to say here. g3, knight c6 was the other game.
Okay, so b4 is stopping that idea, and White's plan is simply to get black into somewhat new territory, maybe something that's not so thoroughly prepared for this round exactly.
What is the main move here? Is it there were some lines with f6, but I don't remember exactly how.
Yeah, f6 to try to play e5. Here? That is a very
f6 is here, right? Yeah.
Common move. Yeah, f6 it could be played. And then white has to choose if they go with e3 or they are just going slowly with g3. This approach.
Mm-hmm. E3 would be the most challenging way. Okay, c5.
So, idea, just to explain why black is giving up the pawn, is to provoke white's pawn in some way. So if white would take with the pawn on c5, the knight wins back this comfortable square on c6, where it could come and support the pawn on d4, and at the same time prepare to strengthen the center with e5 immediately. And if we were to play b5, then we don't have a square for the knight, but in the same time, black has kind of won a tempo, because the center is secured and knight could be developing comfortably through d7 later on.
Yeah. Followed by e5 and so on, right? So what is black playing here? Knight f6? f6 again? What?
Or taking the pawn. Probably not taking the pawn.
Or taking the pawn.
Also, I think an idea exists here simply to play knight c6, again to provoke things, and if b5 now comes, then we put the knight on a5. So for time being, it does attack the c4 pawn, and we play
Right.
some lane d3, and then our
The
setup would
knight
be
comes
just
out with b6.
b6, or sometimes even just b6, a6, and just stays on a5 for a while, and we enjoy the fact that we don't have to deal with the knight anymore. It's kind of out of the way, and we have enough place for all the other pieces on the board because of that.
Yeah, funny thing about the knight on a5, it's a knight on the frame, but you can't really attack it. You cannot really use it. And the bishop on b2 is also kind of stuck. No, I guess that's
Yeah,
the
the
dry
bishop
side.
is, of course, e3 could come and the game could get sharp. And this diagonal is going to be a very powerful one, since we have a very big support by the pawns for our bishop. So this is looking promising. Looking promising to be an exciting game, I guess. And Indeed seems to be very, very ready for it. Just this is what he was planning to play today. By the confidence,
Looks like it.
yeah. Also c5 he was expecting, so immediately bishop b2, just trying to confuse his opponent. So they're gonna be taking their time, I think, with the moves here, especially from the black side. Every single move, I think, is gonna take at least some time. And
Let's see what b5 decides on, no?
Yeah. And maybe we can already move on to the board number 2.
Yeah, let's see what happened there. What do we have here?
So here I was prognosing a sharp battle, but is it going to be exactly the opposite to that? Just an exchange of all the D and C pawns, and then exchanging all the pieces on the central files. I really hope not. It's not the case.
I don't think so. I think there's going to be more to it than that. So can we see the opening?
Yeah, let's take a look at the opening. So we had Indeed attempt and then switch to d5.
Yeah.
So like a very mainstream position, probably one of the main positions in d4, d5 openings, like at all. And now knight d7. That's not that common of a move. Not like the most often played move, but you can do all sorts of things here from the black side, and everything is fine. And the idea of that was, as you can see here, was to take on c4, and now e3, c5. So what's interesting that already in this moment he just chose to play a calmer setup rather than to go for more aggressive e4. So e3, and yeah, c5 was still preparation, and now Dai Changren is thinking for the first time in this game.
So we have sort of an accepted, but with the bishop on f4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be a good thing, right? That we have a bishop on this nice diagonal.
It should be a good thing, yeah, because usually the bishop on c1 can be a problem. I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything different here. Like, for example, what happens if knight b5?
Yeah, knight b5.
Just queen a5? Queen a5 has to be the move, right? And I have to come back.
Or knight d5.
On knight d5, I thought I could still go knight d6.
Okay, because on queen a5, I could play... Oh, I cannot play. The knight is hanging. That's the wrong pawn on c4.
The wrong pawn on c4, yeah. You're not used to having a black pawn there, no?
Yeah, so no knight b5. Yeah, we would just lose the tempo on that move.
All right.
Of course, bishop c4 is certainly the first candidate move in this position. Then the next thing is simply to take on c5, force bishop takes c5, then take on c4 and play rather symmetrical structure. And this is what I mean, that the game could go to super calm territory very, very quickly if we have a position like this. Just exchanges and both sides trying to develop pieces. Okay, a6 probably coming. And we could even answer the same a3 and just really have nothing going on here too much. Later queen e2, centralizing the rooks. Black could be doing b5, bishop b7 as well, similar approach. And then at some point we start exchanging the pieces.
But still I find Black's position not so easy because the square d6 is a little bit, okay, maybe not weak, but it's a bit soft. Yeah, there's always, if you put a rook on d1 and try to play for b4, then maybe bishop to d6 at some point can be an idea for white. I think Black has to be a little bit careful in the setup that you're mentioning with queen e2 and rook d1.
Yeah, I guess that's the case. I never know in these positions. Oh, this is actually what we have on the board exactly.
Yeah, an a6
this,
right now.
These positions always feel for me that they are just drawing coming, but then I see players actually winning games with both colors, and it's always like a mystery to me, like how, what is going on? It should be a draw.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I'm not so I think I'm not very good at handling these positions, but then I see people getting great games out of them. I feel like white, maybe here I feel like white is having a comfortable position, but for sure we will see it's not like that. It's not exactly like that. So for example, on a6, Black is planning b5, right?
Yeah, b5.
And bishop b7.
Just to develop the bishop on this long diagonal. So what about such a move like bishop d6 now? Immediately.
Maybe now we're going to trade everything. What if I take and queen e7? We're going to...
Probably we include b5 or no? Or we don't need to? I thought we could include b5. Oh, although then I can take on c5. That's something that I didn't consider.
But is it that terrible? And I take c5.
No, it's not terrible, but...
the king is fine on d8, right? It goes to e7.
Or even to b6.
Oh, brave king.
Yeah, but on e7 it's completely okay as well. So yeah, nothing really happening here. We can just give a check, so that doesn't achieve very much. King hides in e7, and we have to make a bishop move, and then...
Bishop e2 probably, and then bishop b7. This looks like a draw. Very equal at least.
Yeah, this looks very equal. So...
But without b5... Well, on b5, sorry. What about bishop somewhere? Yeah. I don't know what's the right square for it. b3?
Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe here, just an idea to support the knight. But I didn't like the b4 ideas. Maybe if I go with the bishop on e2. That's why I wanted to have the knight a4 option
Knight
kind
a4.
of more comfortable.
Okay, so maybe here bishop b7 and Black doesn't have to. Yeah, I don't know. If bishop d6, I don't know. Do I care? I have to care at some point because castles and I run out of moves.
Okay, so we castle, yeah, and...
Oh, bishop f3 maybe.
But that could be at least something to play for from the white side. We have two bishops. And there is some imbalance. The pawns are on the light squares. It could have an impact later on in the game, maybe.
Right, but the two bishops will not be there for long. What if I take on d6? What if bishop d6 and queen e7?
Yeah, so probably like rook
you want to
f1.
Play
But anyways, this position,
and
even
king
if I'm
e7.
just very brutally exchanging everything.
Somehow we managed to trade everything off.
Yeah, this is what I always feel like the games are gonna go to. Like all the logical moves usually trade pieces, but it's not the case. There's so much nuance to the game, and yeah, and I don't think he's gonna play bishop d6. It's gonna be either a3, a4, or castle. Those are my guesses. Maybe rook c1 is something in the mix as well.
Rook c1, okay. a4 is typical, for example, and rook c1 just to have the rook on c1, right? Or is there any tactic to after b5?
Oh no, it was just to target the bishop a bit.
Okay.
Later on.
No, it makes sense to have the rook on c1, but I'm just wondering, now, no, nothing can happen there.
Maybe bishop to d3 now, bishop b7. And perhaps something like a4.
And on b4, go knight b1. 92? Oh. Okay.
I wanted 92, but
to knight d4.
To go to d4. But maybe on b1 is better. Just making moves, kind of like in a bullet game.
It's quite typical to go to b1 and d2. That's why I wanted to go there and then maybe to c4. But yeah, e2 should also be fine.
But of course, black also didn't need to go b4. They can take on a4 and it's still just staying very, very equal.
Usually when we go a4, it makes a lot of sense to have the rook on a1, right? Just in case white takes on a4.
Yeah,
black takes on a4, sorry.
To be prepared to pressure the a pawn already with a rook somewhere there. Here we would need to play for some weekend squares, maybe. Something like this. And here on queen a4, not very much is happening, probably.
Castles and about equal, maybe?
Probably it should be equal. Yeah, queen e7 seems like a very natural move. Although e5, e4 is a threat at the moment.
It is.
And maybe white is the one who has to be more accurate in this position particularly. But once again, not something at 95. If we want equality, I think we have it. Any moment.
Yeah, that's fine. I think maybe.
And then I go and checkmate.
Oh. Wait, how did that happen?
That's
only a couple of moves.
Yeah, that's if you need to take on an e5 by force for some reason, then I could do it.
For sure, yeah. If black cooperates, there are some annoying ideas. No, but 95, yeah, maybe you can even think about playing rook d1 and taking on d7 at some point. There are some tricks there. If I have my rook on d1, no?
Yeah, rook on d1, and then then there's some discovered attack on the d7 pawn. And it's not that easy to play rook d8 because knight c6 could be a nice exchange. So
yeah, and then a6 is becoming really weak after knight c6, and the two bishops will be very good to have. I'm sure white will be very happy about it.
And if we
but I feel like,
take,
yeah,
97. Can I make any tactics work with those two bishops?
Well, let's see.
I don't even know how to start them. Nothing seems to be very dangerous in any at all.
Well, unless, it has to be bishop g7, queen g4, I guess, if you want anything.
Yeah, so queen g4.
I don't know.
And now,
and then what? Queen h.
No way to exploit it. Yeah, we have f5 always, and everything is protected. So comfortably protected. So that is just
a little too optimistic. Trying to get water out of stone here.
I have sacrificed a very big amount of pieces during these 2 days already, so I think today I'm going to be adding to the count.
Nice.
But that position is very, very far from any of this. It's right here after a6, and white is thinking how to set up pieces. So maybe we're gonna see indeed just a4, stopping b5.
I was going to say that a4 makes a lot of sense.
The only drawback is we
white.
lose control over the b4 square, and I have seen the games where exactly this difference between a6 and a4 is benefiting black a lot, but knight e5 is the move.
Oh, we haven't even considered this.
So the
is this
idea
meant
is
queen f3? Yeah, you should show that because it's quite nice. b5 and queen f3, and then something bad is happening.
Yeah.
Because on rook
something.
b8 there's knight c6.
I guess it does something, yeah?
Oh. I can
but
still
we
take
have...
the rook, no? Yeah.
Yeah, we have queen hanging, unfortunately. Cannot use the pin, but because the queen is hanging. Although, there's also bishop on c4 hanging.
Too many things hanging after a long flight. Well, not so long flight, but after a flight this morning.
and the knight
What's
gets
the
out.
count?
Okay,
It
we are
gets
exchange
out.
up.
Exchange up. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's easier to make moves than to count in the head. But what about then rook a7? In that case, it's not going to be working.
Right, because on knight c6 there's still bishop b7, and now the rook is not hanging.
And the a7 square is a nice one for rook, especially once the b pawn has moved, because rook is ready to join the game. So if we're just... Unless there is something crazy here like bishop b5 or something.
I was looking at that as well, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. After pawn takes, knight takes.
No,
I guess taking on... Right, yes.
Then we have a
Take on
check.
c6.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Okay,
so
queen f3, rook a7 could still be possible then.
And here the trick is that we don't manage to escape with knight d5, as in the line like this even, after knight c4, we still have queen c6 and queen c5.
Knight d7.
Oh, so we don't have it. Knight e7 defends it. Okay, so first we need to take something. We need to take
Takes on e5. And now the rook must go to a7 again.
Oh, but and now we can take on f6.
And queen c6.
And now queen c6 work.
Our bishop is also hanging. But I assume...
We're gonna be pawn up, I guess.
We're gonna be a pawn up, yeah, I think so.
Or maybe not.
No?
Because here you can go like queen d7 maybe. And
you want to play rook c7.
Okay, but bishop b5.
Wasn't this going to be a quick trade of pieces? Thomas, how did we get here?
We are working. It's the only move 14. We are about to trade everything. Here we go. Just removing it all.
Okay. Now I'm feeling better. I don't know. There's 94.
Yeah, this is looking promising for white. Maybe we can... No, this is going to be great. And now we still have this kind of ideas.
You don't even have to be passive.
Oh, no, we do. We can.
Looks one. Okay.
So we do have to be passive for a moment at least, but it's 2 pawns. That should count for something.
It's worth it, yeah.
Yeah, so... Oh, that was... Why not before, I guess, the illustration.
Why not? Yes. Why not b5? Okay, so b5, probably not a good idea. But what if, for example, knight takes e5?
I guess the idea must be to take queen d8 and just to play it very safe.
And king e7 looks fine, doesn't it?
It does. It does look very fine.
Okay, knight
Maybe.
a4. Which one? King e2 first. Okay.
No, knight a4 first. Actually, I like better.
But bishop b4?
And
That's
then
why I
king
liked
e2.
king e2. And on b5,
Go.
knight b6. Okay, 7, I guess. And the
Okay,
knight is
this
not
is
trapped.
also attacking. So let's say we just go with the bishop.
Maybe you
I'm not
want to
sure
take
though.
first on c8. You don't want to take first on c8. So you allow bishop b7?
Yeah, now I would just like to play rook c1.
Hmm.
This might be a bit dangerous for black.
Is it very... Oh, if I take on g2, you want... What do you want? Knight c8?
Oh, just rook g1.
And knight c8.
And then knight c8 or g7 hanging if you go back to b7. Oh, I also have rook
Yeah.
c7.
No, I was thinking bishop e4, but on bishop e4 you have knight c8. Yeah, that's unpleasant.
Yeah, so maybe after knight a4, actually, you don't give a check, not to allow the b6 square. Or you play something like here, and then knight d7. Threatening this and threatening this. That could be effective.
That makes sense. Yeah. Since on
Since
bishop
if,
g7, we have rook g8.
and next move b5 is coming. So... And if king e2 immediately, then I think b5 is coming, and we are not gonna have knight a4 any longer.
Yeah.
So something like
But
this could be...
Right, okay. And then a4 can be an idea.
But I think the white's plan is to eliminate some pieces. I think he just wants to play risk-free. Also, sometimes you could just set up this nice pawn
E4.
chain on with e4, and that's very effective against bishop on b7. d5 square is an important one, so f3 is useful. To play, and this would be like a risk-free position probably from the white side.
Yeah, I agree. White is perfectly fine here. And most of the time it's black who needs to be a little bit careful, right?
Yeah, probably. But I guess Maxotlu is gonna be able to be careful enough in this kind of position here. Yeah, it could be an attempt. Of course, you don't know for sure. From the lower-rated player who is having a very strong start of the tournament, when facing a super strong opponent, just to play it out rather safely and not to take too many risks, just to use his white color for a chance to get another half a point.
So, okay, black is still thinking. Maybe we can check out Anish on board 3. How is he doing? Okay.
Oh, wow, so unusual
What
has
was
been
this?
happening.
What was this? Can we see the opening, please?
So we had another knight f3, and simply
Ready?
the very classical one.
Yeah.
And now he just plays a reversed King's Indian style with d3. Does it have a special name? It probably does, right?
I just thought it's the ready. I
Okay.
just thought, oh, this is the ready. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, what black is doing is simply setting pieces, taking the center and developing the pieces in the very casual way with no stress. And now on bishop f4, losing the tempo, but immediately exchanging the bishop. Not giving up the control over the e5 square, I guess, is the key.
I'm checking the name here on Lichess, and it's King's Indian Attack, Sicilian Variation. I have no idea, but now we know, I guess.
So and now e5. So I guess it was kind of more or less familiar opening for the player with black pieces here. He's also relatively young, still
Mhm.
only somewhere between 18 19 years old. So just progressing still. And I think I played with him, with Pranav
I
Anand.
also played him. Yeah, I played him in was it rap? I think it was rapid. Yeah, in the Romanian Grand Prix, the rapid leg in Bucharest, maybe last year.
When I
Where
played
did
with
you
him,
play him?
I don't recall, but I just recall that I was significantly higher rated player. So yeah, and now I see that he has improved a lot, and he's already rated 2555.
So probably it was a few years ago because last year he was already 2500.
Mhm. Yeah, it must have been a few years ago for sure. So now King H1 by Anish played here.
He
Uh,
wants to go f4. Is that the plan? Knight g1 as he playing next. Go
yeah,
f4.
so we saw the move King H8 also yesterday in a game from the black side. Just it's kind of motive that is as well. Like people are not afraid to use it anymore. It maybe was something that you would never consider to do in older games some years ago, but now when everything is concrete lines and just so engine based, yeah, such moves like King H1 is just a norm already.
Yeah, I think here it makes a lot of sense because there aren't many other pawn breaks. If you want to do something, it has to be with f4. Is there any other way? I'm not sure that c3 is something I want to play instead of f4. What's my other pawn break?
Yeah, because C3 it doesn't break things. That's the problem. If black doesn't
And
want to
it,
break,
but if it does, is it in my advantage? If it does break things. I mean, if black takes on c3, I mean, isn't d3 going to be a small problem? Maybe not right
yeah,
away because there's a knight c4 in between, but
yeah, that
it feels
structure
like.
could be favorable if we do manage to get something like this. I think that's still could be
Queen
pretty
e7.
nice.
Mhm.
As we control the d4 square and we can fight for the d5 square, we would regroup the knights, something like knight here, 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 and start getting in, and still f4 could come. But black could
So
not
you're not
take.
worried at all about d3. There aren't enough pieces to attack it yet. Okay.
Maybe
The
just move
problem would
like
be just, yeah, not taking and preparing,
h6.
perhaps. Yeah.
Very simple game, and it's gonna be hard to break through from the white side. Very, very hard. So I guess it's understandable to prefer to prepare immediately the f4 break, and
Yeah.
uh, and then to think later for some stuff. But what's interesting we saw from again is another thing that is so modern chess like. We saw bishop e7, and then the next move bishop d6 without any hesitation. Like okay, doesn't matter that I wasted a move. It did the purpose then. It provoked that. So now I'm doing this thing. And again we had so h6, and we see okay knight g1. Okay, no problem. I go h5. Just so
The
so
point being that
unusual.
if f4 he wants to play, is it h4 the plan in case of f4?
Yeah,
I
I think
assume that's the
so.
idea. Yeah,
Just
that's quite
check.
nice.
We have no g4 as it's nicely
No.
controlled, and there's just a yeah checkmating threats almost coming on the h file.
Yeah, I have to admit that this h6, h5 was really nice.
So now knight c4, queen c7 played, and another implied idea for knight g1 move, just exchanging the bishop, which is stuck behind your pawns. That doesn't do very much. He just wants to get rid of it. So in that doing, I guess to preserve the knight on c4, so that there will be no bishop coming and taking the knight. Mm,
I'm thinking that now without the light square bishop, maybe it's You could actually go for the c3 plan as well as f4.
But just tactically, immediately I have questions. What if we go h4
h4.
now? So
So your
if it's
idea is that if takes on g3? Is that the plan?
or just
What's
queen
your
c8.
idea?
Oh no, queen c8 is not so good idea.
Yeah, maybe rook c8.
Yeah,
No,
rook
but this,
c8.
I'm thinking that pawn takes g3. Can I not play bishop back to
Yeah, that
h3?
is. I guess that's the question. Does it work or does it not work in this way? So we take on h2, we force
I
king
have to
h2.
take. Yeah.
And now we need some creativity on how to proceed here with the
g5.
attack.
There you have it. Creativity.
Yeah, because we cannot play king g2 as well. It doesn't
No?
help.
Why not?
I know. I don't know why.
Knight h5 maybe.
I thought g4 works, but I guess it doesn't. We can just take, and we don't have enough support on the g file. And if you do rook g8 now, then f3.
And it's all good.
Still looks scary, but I could see it being also good.
So it's a full piece, right? Full extra piece. So, okay, if it's a full extra piece, what if I just run? King f2.
Yeah, just going away. Okay, I guess I would like to land with a knight on g4. So, but that seems to be a bit too much. Okay, we take, and at least one pawn I need to have for the piece. So I'm gonna take.
Oh, you do have one, yeah. So okay, now I'm gonna. Should I continue my plan with king e1? What I don't like is rook g2.
Yeah, sorry. So
In case of king e1, well, king e2, rook g2, for example, I wasn't very sure.
yeah, that's a pretty move. Although queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so queen
Oh,
f3.
because now I can play queen f3.
And now we can take on f7 maybe.
Oh, I like that.
Although I don't think it's
Queen
good.
f7, knight d6.
I think it's actually a bad move, but it looks nice. Since we allow something like knight b4 and there's a... Ah, no, but that's knight e5.
Well, you can also take on b2 if you want to take pawns.
Yeah, I can take another pawn. That's 2 pawns. That's already
That's 2
almost
pawns
enough.
already, yeah.
That's almost enough.
Or maybe you can start with rook f8 and make your idea with knight b4 work.
Right, we can also just play rook f8. Push the knight back somewhere. I don't know where. And now...
Can you maybe now play... Yeah, I don't know which way you start.
Yeah, but the idea was that now we can play knight b4 and there is no hanging pawn on e5. Yeah, this looks just good for black. White might survive, but black I don't think is risking this position.
No, because 2 pawns are probably going down.
And it's a very advanced
if,
endgame.
Yeah. I mean, if rook d1, then takes on b2 and probably a4 is falling as well.
Yeah, or simply a6, b5, c4 coming.
And trade all pawns to make sure.
Exactly. Risk-free. But I think we went somewhere very wrong.
And very far.
Yeah, so maybe king e1 is like absolutely not necessary. And we can just make a knight f3 kind of move. Okay, c just takes an h3, which makes sense.
And now h4 is also possible.
Yeah, but now on h4, I don't like g4, since we are not in time to play g5, as the knight is controlling the g5 square. That's why I wanted to play it immediately. But he does go for h4, though. So maybe on g4 his idea is just queen d7. Use this pin somehow. And if you go f3, can I manage to set it up? But now f4 is coming. This feels like what I want from white side.
Okay.
Yeah, knight g4, I think it's very nice for black. But
what about g5 immediately? Wondering if I could go rook g8 after knight g5.
that could answer the question on what to do here, yeah. Maybe I have to go f4 anyways.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Takes.
And or h3. That's a good question. Knight takes, rook takes.
I think, I don't know. If knight h3, I was going to take with oh, I couldn't have taken with the rook. Let's try with the rook.
No.
E5, I know.
It seems crazy, but maybe it's okay.
Knight d5.
Yeah, now we have to give a check, I think.
These, okay. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, g4 got played, and yeah.
Let's see what his idea is. Yeah, let's see if he's gonna go for g5 or there was something else.
He's just gonna castle, but then after f4 the position is nice. Of course he can play just knight d7 here as well. And on f4 play f6 and try to survive here. But it feels like it's pretty nice.
For example, yeah, takes on e5.
And now it's a hard decision for black. If you take with a pawn, you give up control over the d5 square.
Exactly,
yeah. If you take with a pawn, then you give up the control of the f-file completely. Even g5, queen g4 coming, and this is also such a big weakness.
No, that looks very nice, yeah. Could knight g5 be also an idea? I meant instead of g5 in the line that you were just showing. After knight d7, f4, f6 takes, pawn takes. Is knight g5 any good?
Stops the castle.
It does stop the castle, yeah. And one on e6, whichever you like more. Oh, I like the one on e6 because it doesn't trap the queen, but close enough.
Oh yeah, this looks very nice. Yeah, so you cannot take with a pawn, I guess, at all.
Doesn't look, yeah, it doesn't look pleasant.
So you would have to take here. Okay, so he goes for queen d7. It makes sense to tie down white, at least for a moment, from playing with a g-pawn.
So here yeah. Is f4 still possible? That's a good question.
Knight takes. Now we have options. Rook g1 is one move. f5 is another move. Take you on e5 is another move.
I was looking at f5. Oh, 96. What? Oh, 96.
Even knight d6 is a move. I don't think it's so good. But...
Nice.
Okay, but rook g1. Yeah, I like rook g1 much better than f3 because
you want to play f4. Yeah.
And also we're ready for those ideas.
Black is playing very fast, so.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of position where you can have the fake illusion of safety. That it feels like, I have done everything completely right, there can be no issue whatsoever. and you're controlling more space. But I think the knight on c4 is a super important factor for why it could be a fake feeling of safety. And there is no clear counter game from the black side. White has ideas that they can exploit, but black is just going to be defending. And that's a unpleasant situation to be in.
So here
Okay, I
pawn is
guess
still at 4, no?
Yeah, principal move f4, and then I don't know what we do with black side. Maybe take. Maybe he wants to take and play g5.
Maybe. And where would the knight go? Back to h3? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's no comfortable square for the knight at the moment. We cannot go to e2, as then we lose the g4 pawn.
No.
We can't go to g2 for the same reason. h5 seems to be strange. d5 loses the pawn. Okay, but he goes for it immediately. Wow, the speed is crazy.
Just shows how fast they evaluate. We are breaking our heads here. Looking at this, thinking it's so complicated.
Or it's simply just too much bullet.
You think?
Just going on the feeling, not relying on any calculation. No, I'm of course joking.
No, but that's actually a good thing. Yes, you have to have a feeling for position sometimes rather than just always calculate. But I feel like here you need to calculate. That's the thing. What you said, pawn takes f4, feels quite forcing, unless you don't take queen f3.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now we are in the same situation that we have no comfortable move. Okay, g5. Let's try it. You're forced to take, I think.
Well, I definitely
Rook
want to
G8.
know what happens if I take, yes. Rook g8 and now knight g4. So I have to take.
And now I start calculating.
Can you take on g4?
Ooh, that's interesting. I think it might run into 96. Otherwise, it was super nice.
Oh, yeah. That loses on the spot.
Yeah, but the idea on this one was that we have another
f6, yes.
Another pin here. And we cannot take with the queen because anyways the rook is hanging.
Yeah, but that 96 works even here, so.
We still have the f7 square, indeed.
Yeah. You can miss it once. You still have it on the next move. Okay, so.
Now we are lacking the 97 move, very much so.
Okay, but previously the idea was to go something with g5. So what if I go with queen c7 here and allow white to capture on f4 and then try the same plan with g5? Is it any different? It is, because 92.
Yeah, we have the
f4,
pressure on the knights and the pawn. Also, we have even knight d5 available.
Yeah.
Yeah, even knight d5 could be good enough, followed by d6. And if you go knight d5, I can still give another check, and this seems very, very passive for black already.
Looks like there are a lot of good moves here. Queen f7, 1, queen g5 has to be another one.
Or going for attack with some a5, knight b6.
Try to find a mate somewhere there.
Yeah, but this is not the way to go.
No.
Yeah.
This is just fun. Oh, I see in the chat there was a suggestion for a line, but we have already moved on from there. Just wanted to remind everyone in the chat that we are still seeing the broadcast with 15 minutes delay. So yeah, we've probably moved on for a while from the lines that you are seeing.
Um,
Okay.
I think Black has gone wrong somewhere, and he might realize that and start thinking now much more. Maybe he thought f4 is now not possible because he just takes. Didn't really think about the option that White could not take back immediately.
Maybe queen f3 was missed after pawn takes. This is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think it could be, but I'm trying to think of some alternative move now from the black side, and it's not easy. Queen is very misplaced on d7. It wanted to be on c7 to give the space for the knight and hold stuff on. And if the rook g1 was working so nicely, yeah, then maybe queen d7 was just not the right move to be played in the position.
Do you think we could make things better with queen c7 now?
Now I don't like g5.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at g5, but I was hoping that knight h5. That's right.
Then knight h5. I give another check. We have to move aside.
This looks ugly.
I think I can just take. And then play on the f-file and collect also h4 pawn. The knight from h5 is rather, I want to say useless. It doesn't really attack. It
Until
just
it goes to
disturbs.
g3 and you'll see.
Yeah, that would be nice, of course, but hard to imagine. But
yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. There's a knight on h3, unfortunately.
That usually happens in the blitz games when I'm streaming. I can call out something to be completely useless or irrelevant, and then that goes on to win a game.
Things going wrong. Yeah. Always imagine how you can lose the game to make things easier to to imagine, to foresee. Okay, so this looks quite comfortable for White, right?
Yeah. Do you think there was a bit of employing the strategy by Anish Guri in a way that he felt that his young opponent is trying to rush together with him in the opening, and that he had like the strategical tricks in mind, and he especially was making moves faster just to lure opponent into the strategy of also playing faster?
That's I don't know, feels like a too well thought plan, very very complex. No, I think he was just making good decisions. This knight g1 was very nice with bishop h3, the plan of trading the bishop.
Did we go back? I'm just kind of wondering, like, if we don't take on h3 and so here was h4 as one of the lines that we are considering, right? Oh yeah, h4, and here on bishop c8. What if we just take on c8, right?
Yeah. But
Because
here,
now
yeah,
on
what
g4,
happens on g4?
I do have g5.
Right. You have g5.
And the knight is not even going to end up on f5 since both of the squares from where it could go there are blocked. So I think this is very bad for white actually, since the knight can reach f4, but it cannot reach f5. So the king, it doesn't need to go to the queen side. It's going to feel equally safe on e7, f8, or wherever, and we don't have any f4, f3 moves right now. Maybe something king g2 has to be played in this moment, just to
keep it flexible.
Yeah.
But what about g5? Then... Right.
Yeah, and this is why I was wondering, like, why I asked this question, that if those attempts on those moves were just to really just make opponent think that, okay, it's all easy, all safe, and you can do just your natural moves.
Whatever you want. You're gonna be fine. Playing my tricks on black.
Yeah, because it's... I think it's not clear who is playing for a win here at all. I think it could be just super dangerous also from the white side if you're not careful. If you allow something at g4, h3, or opening of the h-file, and the rooks start doubling there, with the queen d7 still helping out.
I think I would be very scared here with white. If I had this position, I would feel like I'm under pressure.
It does feel like that. Only thing that going on is maybe that the king is somewhat weak, and maybe some moves like queen f3 are tactically just keeping it together with an idea that then is coming, there's an attack there.
Right, but we were talking before about putting the king on e7. You mentioned that maybe the king is safe on e7. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be very simple and very effective.
You
right
called
now.
it.
Yeah, for some reason I was looking and thinking I'm so worried about knight coming to f5, but it's not coming to f5. It's
No.
not going to be a knight there. I'm very curious to know what was Anishgiri's plan for this h4 immediately. He must have had some plan. Maybe he was planning to go g4 now. No, but then g5 is even worse, with this bishop still on the board.
I think something like king g2. I don't know if we're taking on c8 or right away, but probably that looks like what you want to do, keep the tension. Okay, king g2, still g5, I assume.
Yeah, we could end up in exactly the same position after g5
Yeah.
right now, and this is a threat. Of course, you can play f3, but
Something like that I was thinking, yes, with f3.
it's complete control of the game.
I don't know, even g4 looks really nice. Just but maybe now you get the f file and knight f3. I
The
thought
idea
that
was
yeah, that was the idea, but you get to put a knight on f3.
Yeah, maybe we actually don't need to do anything fancy.
No, I will just knock my pieces. But it's not necessary, of course.
And what is the simple move here? Is it something like just bishop d7 and wait it out with an idea to, with intention to castle, and
Just see how white wants to improve.
yeah,
Because
looks like a very
easy,
solid.
It's not so easy for white to find a plan, but black's moves are quite natural. You castle long, you double on the h file.
And whatever happens, white's king is going to be much more shaky than black's king because the h-file is open and all the action seems to be happening on the king side.
This would have been an interesting game.
Yeah, so
Quite complicated.
So I think he rushed. I think he rushed a bit. I think he just thought that this is so easy and straightforward, and it's just good. And now he realized that it's not as good as he thought, and now that's why he's burning time. It's like it's a common trend in general, which changes, I think, very much with age. that
that it goes even on the contrary. Yeah? You think too much on the opposite direction.
Yeah, that is true. But just that, this starting to think when things start to be problematic is, I guess, one of the main things that I'm fighting to get out of the game of my students as well.
Okay. I think it's something to do also with overconfidence in your position. He probably felt very confident before.
Yeah, exactly. Like it seems like it's all fine, so there's no need to think. It's just I'll save some time, and then then you actually realize, okay, there's that, and then you're calculating. I guess we could also move on to the next board just to see what is going
another
on.
youngster, Savavetokin. He played a lot of tournaments, I think, a lot of tournaments in a row. Even he played in Spain. He played Alicante, and I think he also played Menorca. I'm pretty sure he played Menorca, which was right after. And then perhaps a week break, and now this one.
Wow, such a crazy schedule for so many players here. Yeah, we also mentioned already in the first two broadcasts that Abu Satoro came directly from the tournament. Yeah, from without a single rest day. That also Zhou Jiner also just came from the tournament immediately and is immediately after going for the next tournament. So it's just so busy.
No rest. So this one looks more familiar. Yeah, this one looks like normal things.
So normal Nimsa Indian opening. I even know the name here. And this is like a very standard position. And what black is playing for, simply doubling the pawns on the c file and looking to block off the structure and slowly in an strategical manner outplay the opponent because of the pawns being blocked there. So ideally, we just want to set up knight c6, knight a5, bishop a8, come rook c8, take here and win the pawn. So
it's that simple, guys. You just play the Nimso India, remember this plan, and you don't need to know anything else.
Yeah, and actually, it's very effective. It's really a very effective plan, especially against lower-rated opponents. Like just a way to strategically be playing. Like even if the engine is not always a fan of the position from the black side, exactly this bishop b2. It's a strange-looking move, but it is. It's a very strong one. Just aim to be able to play e4 somewhere. And yeah, anyways, it leaves room to outplay your opponent because of this material imbalance. I think that's why Nimso Indian is such a popular opening, because the pawn structure gets unbalanced. And also there is a situation of knight against bishop. So it's whenever there is something different in the positions, it gives you more room to be showing that you are a superior player. And rook b8 now, after some time of thinking. It's possible to play here also e5, just kind of trying to stop e4. But I think e4 anyways could come in these positions. And then after some exchanges, then later on knight is just coming to f3, trying to collect on d4. And then we had some funny position with this c4 and e4 weak pawns, but there are also weaknesses on the d file and a very strong bishop on this diagonal.
Well, the position opens up a little bit, so maybe the bishops could get some strength with some central trades.
Yeah, because
sorry.
This is the trick that we try to play for. And setting up this knight a5, bishop a6, and forever lasting pressure on the c4 with the untouchable knight.
Yeah.
And the bishop being stuck behind the pawns. Like if you can still achieve that without the e4 coming and f4 coming, yeah, that's also still nice.
But what is rook b8? Just curious, what is the plan? Why rook b8 and not on c8?
One of the plans, I think, is knight b3 from the white side, and then sometime playing a5.
So just be there for when the b file opens, just make sure that white doesn't have any counterplay.
Yeah, I think that's it. Simply prophylactic move in that kind of way. And I guess on e4...
We already have that on the board, e5.
Okay, e4, e5, so that's his plan, yeah. Just to go for this same setup. Oh, and not with a knight on a5 this time, but with a knight on e7. Knight on e7, again, is like the move that Ancient does prefer. It prefers to go to e7 rather than a5. But a5 was just this illustration, like for the way, if you want to be just strategically outplaying your opponent, like you know that the opponent's not going to be doing all the strongest moves, then yeah, just setting up those pieces in that manner can be very, very effective.
Yeah, but now the center is closed. Probably white will want to play with f4 or with a5.
a5, f4, yeah, those two plans. Probably bishop is gonna go to c1 rather soon, because for both of those plans, bishop on b2 is a problem. And I expect from black side to have some moves like knight d7, f5.
Mhm.
Or maybe the bishop is also gonna regroup.
I was thinking that maybe the bishop wants to go to c8 as well, because it's pretty much the same situation as the bishop on b2.
Yeah,
Looking at nothing anywhere.
but both players already are burning time, so even though the position I think is kind of known. I don't know if there are games or no, since I don't have any databases open, but the structure
I
is
can check that for you.
very, very, very common, I would say. Been looking at these structures over and over from the black side, analyzing Nipsoinden as a weapon to use.
So there are
And
no games here in the Lichess database. I haven't checked the chess base, but
so rook b8 was probably the move that stopped the database.
it's actually bishop b2.
Oh, okay, so
Knight b3 had been played and rook e1.
all right, knight b3. Yeah, that seems more familiar. Still play the same idea, but just wait it out a moment with the bishop coming here in case the exchanges actually happen. And if not, the bishop is already ready to be playing on this diagonal.
Mhm.
So I think we're gonna see bishop c1 or knight b3. I'm not sure, but I think bishop c1 just.
A combination of the two, yeah. Because if you play bishop c1, you have to move the knight. Does it
You
matter
could
which way you start?
knight b3. Maybe there's some scenario where you don't want to put knight on b3, even like assuming that black goes very wild and plays something like a5 or so on. Then you don't want your knight to be on b3. So if you play bishop c1, we can still keep the a5 idea alive, but we also have flexibility to, for example, regroup the knight somewhere to this side.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe some long maneuvers like this.
I like a plan with bishop c8 and f5 for black. Would that be possible to get bishop c8, f5, and trade the light square bishop?
So what do we do? f4 immediately seems very wrong, since knight is gonna regroup to e5, and that's gonna be a very, very nice square. So maybe a5?
Yeah. I don't know how I'm getting f5 myself with black. So rook e1 was played. Okay. With knight f1 idea.
Yeah, the knight of one idea, but I like black's chances here. It's I think it's exactly the kind of game that Tabatabe would likes to be having here, and just semi-closed game with a lot of strategical nuances and attacking ideas still on both sides of the board.
So bishop c8 and maybe something similar to what we were discussing. I think knight f1, for example, now is just in time to stop some f5 ideas.
So knight f1, we go g6, or do we develop pieces in some different manner? G6, of course, gives up the h6
Bishop
square.
c1, yeah.
And king g7. So what I was planning to do is, if you do play some move like bishop e3, just to go knight to g8. And now go for f5.
Okay. The g8 is nice, yeah. I
But
thought
we
you
could
wanted
be,
knight g4.
but we could be hit by some f4.
So maybe you wanted knight g4 instead of knight g8.
In general, I wanted knight coming to h5, but the
Yeah.
problem is that queen d2 is... Maybe it's unpleasant? I don't know. Maybe it's not. And now with an idea to go f5.
Does f4? No, I think f4 is not so great.
Yeah, without dark square bishop, I
Yeah.
think even f6 is just gonna come, block it off, and...
If I could play e5, I thought it would be a good idea, but yeah, if you get to play f6, maybe.
I mean, knight g3, we can exchange f5. I don't know what is this position like. Might be quite good for white, since we have the lack. We are feeling very much the lack of dark square bishop, and once the pawns get exchanged, then the bishop is gonna get active somewhere in one of the diagonals, and some danger could come.
Yeah, the knight on g8 is suddenly not doing much. Well, of course, defending h6, but you'd like to have it maybe on h5.
So maybe we can try to get it somewhere by big speed.
Is there? Okay, for example, here I think pawn takes e5 is a move, right?
Ooh, with the tactics.
With bishop
Yeah,
h6.
yeah. And okay, king h8 got played. That's why the position also jumped away, because we have a new move, king h8. Okay, so it's thinking, I think, somewhere similar.
Similar idea, yeah, but without playing g6.
Without weakening the dark squares.
These guys know some strategy, don't they? They understand this chess game that they play.
Yeah, the game, like, the position is closed with a very, very blocked off center. It has a potential to open up in both of the wings, but the center is blocked, so there is much more time for maneuvering kind of game. The pieces can be improved step by step. In this kind of game, which side do you prefer? Is it black? Is it white?
I wouldn't know. To be honest, I think I could have problems with either color. Because I feel like, okay, I feel like with black, somehow by opening up the center and eventually playing a 5, I would get in trouble with the bishops, against the bishops. And with white, I feel like I could get in trouble because of the potential structural weaknesses. It's never easy.
I guess that means that it's a interesting
complex
position to play, yeah.
Very complex. So, for example, now I feel like I want to play f5, but I'd also be wondering what if white plays something like knight g3 and stops that whole idea, no? Bishop c1, knight g3. Is that going to be enough? It's not really stopping f5.
Yeah, but f4 might be coming.
Yeah, this kind of position.
Oh no, it seems to be not working.
Because f4 is hanging out. What?
Yeah, and here we have knight f6, and now we can take on d5 or something like that. But maybe it does actually work, since if we play it in this move order, we might be able to take knight takes e4 and go knight g5.
Knight f. Okay, knight f6 takes on
Yeah,
f4.
now this
Yeah.
should be quite good for white. With so powerful two bishops, so many weak squares. Okay, bishop c1 got played. And yeah, the idea was, and if you take the other pawn first, then perhaps I do manage to play this out. Oh no. Here. No, it's the same position with the same problem. Yet, actually, can I go for this?
Maybe you can.
Still very weak king, and these pieces are not very much participating in defense. Even
No,
such a
and
simple
queen
move.
g5. Oh, rook e1 also is a. Oh, rook e1 is a very strong threat. I was looking at queen g5, but rook e1. Just use all your
Yeah.
pieces. You're supposed to do that.
Okay, so he doesn't like f4, so he goes knight g6 to stop it. Yeah, f4 could open up the game very much in white's favor, since the bishops can get active, and if we are putting our pieces somewhere backwards, also our king can become very weak with the bishop from d3 hitting the h7 square. Impression from... Yeah, sorry?
No, I was thinking that this is going to be a very intense fight here. Because now with a knight on g6, maybe you want to play something like g3, h4. Would that
I think with
become...
g3 he is waiting for g3 to be played to get the bishop on
Okay.
h3. And then on f4, we have options.
We do? No, we do. For sure. There are always options. You just have to find them.
Well, one option is to take, but the other option is just to keep the position closed like this. So f5?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. And there's some... I was looking at bishop e2 here.
Yeah, then h5.
Okay. h5 is the plan. But f6, pawn takes. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good pawn to take.
Yeah. All right, 93.
So we are unfortunately forced to take. I didn't manage to play knight g8, knight h6. And now, oh, but if we have to play g6, that's ugly.
Bishop g5. When do you have f6 on bishop g5? But I can go bishop h6 first and then bishop g5 also.
Yeah, and then maybe we have to sacrifice some exchange, but it could be practically still not over, but it might be just not too good.
Take the material and then we think. If I take on f5 or on h5, no? Then decide on the next pawn. Take.
The king can be dangerous with the...
It can, yeah, you want to play f4, I know, yeah. I assume that's the plan, no? If I take on h5, you probably want to go some f4.
I was
You
thinking
wanted
if
to
I
take.
want to take on e4. Or queen h6 first, or... Yeah, because here the rook is coming to h4, and I don't like that anymore. So I probably don't take immediately, but I can prepare for it. Would move like this, then rook coming to g8, and then indeed one of those two is gonna be my next move.
So you don't mind the pawn f7. You play bishop g4.
Yeah, if I started to give up stuff,
You gave an exchange. It's just another pawn is nothing. No, bishop f7 had the queen h5 idea, but if you go bishop g4,
Oh, okay, g3 got played. G3
they're
is on the
following our
board.
lines.
Let's see if it's a good or a bad thing for them, but yeah, the in general the impression from today's round, it feels like all the positions are kind of like you know, with such a sleepy start, but actually with a lot of implied game, and they might all just blow up in the same time. Like now they're all just building up, all the pieces, all the pawns on the board, and then it's just gonna be an explosion in one moment.
And then f4 happens, and that's it, no? Yeah, because pretty much when we played f4, a lot of things started happening. Can we also check the next board, board 5? I'm very curious to see what's happening there.
Yeah, let's do that.
I just saw a pawn on g4 and it caught my eye. We
Yeah,
had a
so
Sicilian here, right?
yeah, so an understandable opening. And Najdorf. And yeah, we were calculating in I think in the first round all the possible moves that white has in this position, and the hardship of playing Najdorf as the opening from the black side, that it's theoretically sound, but for this position alone, that there were like 12 or 13 moves that you have to know how to react to. And that is the problem. But yeah, players who played throughout the years, they learn it somehow gradually, step by step. Okay, bishop e2, and now f4 immediately. Oh, in general, we are seeing e6 here, not e5, which is by big margin the most common move. And on e6, the strongest reply is the g4 moves in general. Or, yeah, all the g4 lines here, and that's why e5 is by far the most popular move, because this is yeah, this is considered to be, I think, pretty okay for white in general as a line. So e6, but it's also like such a provocative move, like saying, okay, let's see if you are ready to play g4 already on yeah, move 7, and if you are just ready for this all-out fight. And it can work out if you haven't repeated it, and it might be seemed a little bit scary to go for it. And exactly also the same thing happened for me, that I did play also this setup in one of the games, and opponent played against me e6 in a moment when it was exactly something like 2-3 years since I had last time repeated it, and I chickened out and I didn't go for the g4 line. So bishop e2, bishop e7, and now, yeah, f4, castle.
And now g4.
And now g4, yeah. But now and now d5. This is like a very, very typical way how to react against it. And that's why white cannot usually do too many kingside pawn push so early on, because black is just gonna counter strike somewhere in the center. But both players in the book, if we see by the time, yeah, both players in the book, it's a known line, known position.
This is the first move where white thought a little bit, yeah?
Yeah,
5.
so I was probably thinking if she's castling short or she's playing something at g5 and trying to castle long. Because of course bishop h4 check was in the air. So queen c7, c3, but still rather quickly setting up the pieces. Even just spending a few minutes can be choosing between lines or memorizing the line precisely, and then if you're still playing quickly, it's a good it's an indicator that it's a line. And also if what we see is Salem also playing quickly, so it could it's also an indicator that white has played the moves that he's familiar with.
Studied. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still in book here.
So queen e1, looking for this kingside attack a bit, bringing the rook on the center. And now actually, yeah, he played b6. And now rook d1, 20 minutes of thought, and he plays b5. And now again, yeah, players are out of the book in this moment. Then it's already very, very safe to say. And yeah, we see still like 1 hour on the clock, but I think I still didn't remind today what is the time control in the Went. So it is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move with no additional time after move 40 or in any other moment. So that means that you have to be very, very mindful with the way you manage your time.
Yeah, because in the end, it will get decided on a rapid game.
Even on a blitz, in a way.
Even on a blitz game, yeah.
And yeah, and you spend 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, and then all of a sudden by move 25, you're already in time trouble. So, and now f6. Very logical decision, of course, especially if the rook is already put on e8, which is again was indicator that he just wants to break open the king side and just prepared to defend the e6 pawn against some moves like knight d4 to be just ready just to retreat and the pawn is defended. Rook d1 was also quickly played and bishop c8 back as well. Quick move, and this is the position that we have on the board. What is...
On the c5 is a threat.
Yeah. The first impressions about the position. Who has won the opening?
Who has won the opening? I think black is doing fine. I think black is doing quite fine here.
Yeah, it feels like there's going to be a lot of action on the king side, and white's pieces are set more for an action on the queen side. The knight is there, the rooks are even on the d file, and while black is just ready with all the pieces to play here.
Rook on e8,
yeah, just every single piece. That's a lot of arrows, but that's because it's so many pieces all there. But there could be some tactics involved that are working in white's favor, maybe. I don't know.
How?
Should we try something like knight d4?
All right. I thought that on knight d4, knight c5 was the plan. Oh, b4.
Yeah, maybe b4. I don't know. Knight a4?
Or
perhaps?
knight d3. Or knight d3.
Oh, we can give up the pawn as well. That is no problem since we are taking on e5. Yeah, so this is not pretty.
That's not pretty, but there's pawn takes f6 in between instead of taking on d3. But I was hoping that that wouldn't be pretty either. Because e5 might still happen.
Yeah, still the bishop from g4 opens up. Looks very good for black.
And suddenly the g4 and f4 pawns are no longer attacking, they are just weaknesses.
Yeah, those rooks are so perfectly placed. So, I guess we should not allow knight c5. So what to do? Take on f6, perhaps, as a way to go?
Yeah. Take with a knight?
Yeah, I guess. Knight coming to d5, opening the f-file. Seems very, very natural. Yeah, I don't know what to do with white. I guess I just wanted to do like some general moves, but there is no room for just a random move. Everything is so concrete, and white might end up just losing it in one move if they do something imprecise.
Yeah, I was trying to find something bishop b6, bishop, but I don't know how. Bishop c5, that's not really... I'm not sure that I want to trade that bishop. I guess queen b7? Ah, queen b8 is also, yeah, you're right. Queen b8 is probably better.
Yeah, my idea was maybe we can just harass the queen until it goes to a8. And at least now the queen is in the corner. And perhaps some move like bishop c5 then. Anyways, knight d5 just comes.
That's why I'm thinking that I don't know if I want to trade that bishop because f4 becomes weak without the bishop. It's easy to attack. But okay, knight d5, maybe f5 was. It doesn't feel right, yeah.
So what is another option? Do we have a possibility not to take on f6?
Move the queen? No, but then I still take on e5.
Any other move? Some sacrifices on d7.
Yeah.
And how to make them work? Okay, we can
Maybe
sacrifice and think later.
not our pieces.
Let's see.
Oh, knight c5. I thought you wanted to try bishop e6.
I don't
But then
see
what
what we
here?
want. Maybe just take and play positional. At
But
least I can take on.
you can take on e4, but is that enough compensation?
At least I don't feel like I'm losing immediately. So it feels like a small win. We also have to decide how to take back, which is not so easy.
Bishop looks natural.
So
And knight
take on
e4.
e4. And now e5. No, e5 f5. That will be pretty. With such a nice blockade, it could even lead to a full compensation. Maybe bishop coming back to b7.
Yeah. But knight takes f6.
Yeah, so we have options of knight d6 or knight takes f6.
Right. Well, actually, now that you point it out, knight d6 makes more sense to get rid of the light square bishop.
And here we still have bishop b6. Or do we not have it? There is a small issue of
97.
checkmate.
Yeah, on h1, but I think it's still fine, no? 97.
Yeah, I just wanted to avoid exchanging of the rooks. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, but even this is not clear how good it is for black. If we get the second pawn with two bishops, yes, it is a very, very weak king, but 2 pawns and 2 bishops might be a game still.
Okay, something did not go right here. It felt like it was all fine when you played 94. So maybe bishop b7 is not the move.
Rook d8 immediately, perhaps.
Rook
No,
d8 is one move. Bishop b6, no? On rook d8.
Yeah, that's
Okay, but you
bishop
take on
b6,
d1.
or some ideas will take you on f6, maybe. And just securing the dark squares.
Is g5 any good? Looks...
Oh, wow.
I don't think I've ever played in my game, but I can try here.
Okay, so we take, and then we want to go where? c3? Just take the pawn?
Yeah, I don't know. c3, e5? e5 doesn't do anything, does it? You play queen g2.
I think I would just play knight f6.
Ah, yeah.
I guess can take the pawn anyways on the way. That's the strong pawn.
No, no, that's not nice. What about bishop takes g5?
Okay, so bishop takes
Just take the pawn.
g5. Can I sacrifice the queen somehow?
You can probably
Effectively.
do that.
I would
Takes
like
on
to do
f2.
that, but it's probably not very good to sacrifice the queen here. Right, but bishop g5, that's cuts off any squares for my queen. I'm almost forced to sacrifice it, which is probably not too good. I assume just simple queen e5 is good enough here. Two pieces is not
Yeah,
very
it's
much.
only two pieces, yes, because yeah, white was down on exchange.
Okay, g5, wow. It's not easy to refute it. It seems.
Well, the principle is if e5 didn't work, maybe g5 will work.
Okay, so maybe we take and now play f5.
Oof, bishop g5.
Two bishops, we want a lot of open diagonals here.
Yeah. Do I have time to get my bishop to b7 and queen on c6?
It's worth a try, since if it works, it's pretty good.
It's made, yeah. If it works, it works. I assume you
Okay,
can
so
play. Okay, you're gonna try to take the pawns. Yes, of course you.
and can now I gotta run away.
Oh, you can just do that, and you're not gonna get punished for it.
I should, but
No, I don't think you do. So if I give a check, it's just a check. Queen g1, and then
and here there is no tactic.
well, there's no tactic. Bishop g2, breaking f2. That's it, no?
Yeah, the rook is supporting the
Defending.
queen, so
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, maybe could we have taken on e2? Was just a thought.
That right now.
No, right now. Can we do that right now?
No,
I thought after queen h1. No, because you
and
take on h1 first. No.
yeah, then I take on h1 first. Can take on e2 by exchanging queens here, but
Yeah.
that's gonna be pretty okay for white, considering that
It's a
you can still
few
take.
extra pawns.
Yeah.
So this was what you do, f5. On g5, f5 was the move.
But perhaps simple h6. And it's not very much happening also here. For of course, you can include some bishop b6 move, and
But maybe
it's
I
a
want to play. On queen c6, you want to play bishop f3?
yeah. I think it's an interesting positional battle here. Just trying to say which is stronger, bishop or a rook. And white could be doing very well in a practical game here.
But if I can't open up files, it feels like the bishops will be just fine.
But for a move like g5 to happen in a game, I don't
I
know
don't
what
even
has
know
to
if
happen.
g5 is correct. Yeah, it was just an impulse.
Yeah, I can't imagine it happening in a game, really. It's just seems so risky. But
Do
we
you
have the
think we're going to
position.
see this? Do you think we're going to see
Oh,
rook takes d7? Because it started here. It's right in this position.
yeah.
After looking at so many things, it feels like the only real try.
Maybe we can, I don't know, something simple play like queen g3.
But doesn't that still lose the pawn?
And then with a knight? Or
With the knight, I think there's bishop f4.
No, bishop f4,
What
we have
about?
knight f3.
Okay. And on.
But maybe
You
the
have
pin
knight
is...
f3 anyway.
Maybe the pin is worth something.
Is there anything wrong with taking with the queen on f4? On e5, sorry? Is rook d7 working?
Yeah, we just have two pieces for...
2 pieces for the rook.
Since, of course, after this, we just take back and that's it.
Okay. So 95 is the only way to capture the pawn then.
Yeah,
You
now
want to take
just,
the pawn.
I don't know, maybe king h1 is better, but king g2 somehow feels like the more natural for now. But it could just be lost after some moves like this as well. It could be fine, but it could be also very bad. Since we are forced to take, now we have to put the king somewhere. Which is not
F2
easy.
maybe? But F2, then G4 is... Okay, she made a move and it was knight D4. We didn't consider knight D4, did we?
We did, but we thought that after knight c5, everything is fantastic.
Knight C5,
So
yes.
knight is coming to d3, eliminating the light square bishop, and there is no... It felt like there's no active game for white anymore. This bishop is a very important defensive piece, since the f3 square is very relevant to be defended in a lot of lines. And I think this knight c5, knight d3 is also very nice because with the diagonal being open, a lot of the time I think we would, from the black side, simply like to remove the pawn from e4, that it would just disappear. And we don't have this option, and because of that the king is safe. So knight d3 opens this diagonal and potentially creates a lot of threats.
Is there anything else after knight c5 that white could try? Something that we haven't looked at? F5
Probably.
doesn't seem to work. No?
Maybe just queen g3 now. And playing this sort of game.
Could we maybe try something similar with taking on e5 and knight d3?
Yeah, it definitely looks very positionally appealing.
At least I don't have knight b7, so this looks somewhat better for... Oh, but I do have bishop b7. Knight e6, queen c6.
Yeah, that should be good enough. There is no running away since I'm just gonna take. We still do have rook d5 though. Just defending. But it's so hard to believe in this position. It should be just lost for white.
It looks fine for black. Okay, but what if you give a check on h1 instead of taking on f8? And take, and king d2, and now bishop f3.
Oh, that's...
Okay, that's winning. Yeah, bishop f3 is winning.
Yeah, that's very, very direct way to do it.
So knight e6 just doesn't work, most likely.
Of course, bishop a7 doesn't have a threat just yet, but it's it feels positionally just crushing because there is no way out of this. There's not a single way how to cover this diagonal. We can play some moves like h3 or h4 and put the king on h2 and we're gonna be still surviving. But since both of those squares will be covered, But I think it's just gonna be very, very tough to make moves. Just simple improving moves is, I think, what's necessary. Now for black, maybe even just bishop
Yeah,
a8.
bishop a8. I was wondering if bishop a8 or queen c4 with queen d5 idea. Which one is
Oh, that's
better?
yeah, that could be as well very nice.
But
I
if
just
there's no
wanted to
mating threat, yeah. If there was no mating threat, maybe the queen on d5 was just a bit exposed.
yeah,
And
we can
here
set up
96. 96, I'm not getting mated just yet, no?
I think it's gonna happen.
Okay. That was a nice trick.
Yeah, so I think here g5 has to be played, or bishop g5 just to remove some pieces, but then things at some point are gonna go bad with this. I just cannot believe that it's possible to survive here.
Maybe you can put the bishop on c7. Okay, bishop d8, bishop c7, and take on e5. And that's that.
Yeah, perhaps that. Perhaps queen e4 as well can just put. And bishop c5, I was just thinking to tie down the knight from moving as well.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, this looks really tough to play.
We have some ideas also to take and play rook f3 sometimes.
Yes.
So I don't think you can go for any of this from white. So what is the intended reply against knight c5? We must be missing something, because also Salem was playing quickly when he was confident in the position in the rounds before. So now he's thinking also after seeing this move. So there should be something, because knight c5 seems like such a natural way to follow through. But I guess we'll just have to wait.
Wait and see, yeah. Do we have any new things happening? Okay, we left game 1 in a very interesting moment.
A very early moment of the round.
A very early moment, yes. And so many things have happened.
Yeah,
so how was the opening?
Oh, we left it here.
Here, yes, on move 4 only.
And yeah, they were taking their time on some moves, but not so much, just developing the knights. And knight indeed went to a5. So the setup happened. White blessing out all the moves, and black also was just choosing the setup that to play, and now he also was playing relatively quick. So it's not that he doesn't know what to do, he just was choosing
which line to open.
Yeah. And this is the moment already. Wait, I missed the moment. Okay, here 92. This is already the moment that white was thinking for the first time. So a6, a4, playing for the fact that knight is out of the game, just trying to keep it there, and preparing for some break in the center, also rook e1 and e3, break in the center. Black is trying to keep the pawn structure intact. And yeah, these positions visually are very funny, because it can seem that black is simply better, because the pawns are more advanced and controlling more central squares. But white is having better piece coordination, and the pawn on b6 is the base of the pawn chain, which can be maybe harder to defend than the base of the pawn chain on d3. So let's say some endgames happen and bishop gets around, so there can be a lot of problems. And also, yeah, of course, the knight on a5. Knight on a5, it needs still quite a few moves to get back into the game, and this is what black has to think about. And so white is trying to exert some pressure, just, yeah, regrouping the pieces around. Actually, and very simple strategy, just trying to eliminate
Right.
everything.
Queen e5.
So not declining the queen exchange, but saying, okay, we can do that, but we're gonna do on my terms. So with an idea that if we do take, the knight is in the center, blocking this knight from moving, since otherwise the mentioned b6 pawn would drop already, and also ready to maybe land on c6 in some cases. So now exchange, and he decides to not exchange queens anymore after queen e5.
Because queen
So
c7, I assume, is a threat. Isn't queen c7 a threat? I don't know, because queen e2 is also
yeah,
a move.
but then can we say that this position queen to e8 is small blunder? And if you want to play queen d8, we should play it immediately. Since I think
yeah,
queen
you're
e5.
wasting a time.
Yeah.
Is the game over?
What? Oh, yes, they're repeated.
Oh, queen e2 and queen e8. All right.
Oh, because he doesn't like the pressure on the queen. So there are some tactics with knight e4 and trapping the queen, I guess.
Oh, that's a nice one. It doesn't really trap the queen, does it? Or, I don't know.
Oh,
Queen
there's
f4?
f4. Yeah, queen can go to f4.
But
Okay,
you don't want to find out what happens there.
It certainly looks very dangerous.
No, the knight goes to c3. I don't think he wanted to find out how that ends.
Okay, so a quick draw on board 1. And it is very likely that we are gonna have no player with perfect score already. So 2 players with 2 out of 2 made a draw on board 1. And yeah, it is possible. Only 1 player who has a chance on board 2. I guess we can take a look at that one, and then also go for a break afterwards before the final action of the round. So they did not exchange all the pieces just yet.
No.
Somehow. So we left it here after 95.
Yeah, so what was the black move? Okay, simple chess, castles.
Castles, and very simple chess, just bishop e7, looking to put the knight on c5, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, both
But
bishops took the...
generally the bishops are fine there, right? Because the white bishop can go to f3 in case of b5. And the dark bishop has to stay on that diagonal to defend d6 most of the times. And on c5, it's sometimes loose.
Yeah, just a very visually interesting strategical battle immediately appearing. Just both players voluntarily bringing back their bishops instead of working with other pieces. And now we get an exchange on e5. Neither of the players wanted to exchange the queens. And we are getting some bit sharper middle game.
Bishop c7 was a threat. Yeah, that's why knight e8.
White bringing over all the pieces. And black trying to finish development with bishop d7, of course. Bishop wants to get to c6, where it's going to be... Well, I guess it's the perfect square for the light square bishop right now for black on c6, so they're just trying to develop. Or also just rook c8 and get the last rook out in the game, and all the pieces will be, in a way, developed. And now we have bishop c3 attacking the queen and simply asking a question: where does the queen wanna go?
Okay, what options do we have? c7 or b6, I assume, are the two.
What is the chance, what do you think, that we are gonna see this kind of position where it's a repetition?
No. Yeah, now that you mention it, maybe it's quite high. I was hoping that white was trying to do something on the king side.
Because after queen c7, there is nowhere to run away with the queen from exchange, I think. Queen exchange. We can't go to g4, and f3 seems
No,
extremely
F3 is not
unnatural. Yeah, just coming after bishop c6. So it could be just only question whether you play bishop b4 with black now.
right. But does bishop b4 work? Because there's knight f6, and maybe black is just a little bit worse if bishop b4. No?
Yeah, certainly. Two bishops, the dark side bishop is gonna be so strong that only white can be better.
Wait, I should have done this in a better way. Bishop takes b4 wins a piece. No?
Okay.
No small advantage.
Yes. A bit bigger advantage here.
Okay, so definitely not bishop b4 then.
But
maybe there's some trick. Is there any trick with the queen going to b6 or to c7?
in camera, we see that it is right now white to move. So there has been some move that we simply don't see. I don't know if you can make it out from the small screen, but I think there is no queen on a5 anymore. Queen has moved. There was no bishop
That would be
b4
ideal
played.
for black, yeah.
And there is no queen on the 5th rank, so the queen has went back. And he also made a move now. But if the queen moved, yeah, there's nowhere to run. You gotta keep it here or here. And the question was only if white is gonna keep attacking the queen or no. But I can't make it out. It is a bit too far
I
for
think
me to see.
I don't know which one makes more sense, to be honest. Queen b6 or queen c7.
Queen c7, I guess, is the way to still have a chance to escape. Or queen to c2. Actually, we can go queen c2. Attack that.
Yeah, but he didn't want to repeat. He played queen c7, bishop e5, and queen c2. Yeah.
No, this is not on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just my moves, my way to try to find a way to avoid repetition.
Yeah, I thought it was he played something with queen c8, but yeah, it's hard to figure out on the cameras.
I see a white piece somewhere on the A file. It looks like a white piece. So something has happened there. No idea what. We'll have to wait.
Queen a4. Maybe queen a4 was also a move that we didn't really consider.
Queen a4 seemed scary.
It did, yeah.
Perhaps it's just precise calculation and that's it.
But for example, what happens with b3 and the normal moves? b3 and rook c1. Okay, but yes, queen a3.
Yeah, that's a good square for the queen. Very good one. Attacking c1 square, attacking a2 pawn. So after queen a4, maybe we can keep attacking the queen the different way. Just one goal.
Find the repetition in every line.
So take here then a4 and if queen c6 then bishop f3. And that's already a big improvement, I think, bishop on f3 with a threat.
Okay, I have a question on queen a4. Is bishop h5 an option?
Okay, just attacking the undefended square.
Try to provoke g6.
And now bishop d1.
Now bishop d1. Yeah, I thought something got trade off there, yeah? It felt
got some moves.
I thought I saw knight on c7 on cameras. Let's see what happened.
So he didn't repeat. He's trying to, I guess, push risk-free. bishop on a5. It's a nice square for the bishop. And but knight is coming to d5 though.
Yeah.
I think we are gonna see some
Rook
trading.
deal.
Is this not like the expected trade-off of the pieces?
Yeah, this trades everything off.
Yeah, just takes, and these doubled f-pawns are no problem at all. Yeah, because the position
No,
is so
actually,
simplified.
sometimes in the end game you will like those pawns, no? They are quite nice.
They make it nice to defend, for example, some positions. For example, if you would have to defend 4 against 3, it's much more easy to do it with double def pawns rather than with the normal pawn structure.
Okay, and there's nothing else white could try after rook c8? I guess not.
Can try to limit the knight to d5, but it's gonna bishop c6, e4 maybe. Of course, I'm playing extremely fast, and I could be missing a lot of things here. It seems not great for white if we have to play f3, and I don't like it too much anymore. And now the knight is coming around through e6.
And the bishop can go to a7 and the knight to d4.
Oh, and we also have b6, the move I didn't see at all. And I think black is just getting... They have a better position already.
A bishop a3, b5, and bishop d6.
We also have knight e8.
Knight e8.
Or b5 anyways, yeah, some ideas. Or just take on c3 and try to grind out against the c-pawn. The game. Like, even the positions like this could be just unpleasant. Okay, bishop f3.
Bishop f3. Okay, so bishop f3, knight d5. What's... or bishop c6.
Knight a5, I guess we are getting a trade immediately. I don't think white can anymore hope for anything else. So I think the goal, he's already planning on knight d5 just to exchange pieces, but on bishop c6, does black manage to keep the game alive somehow here?
Maybe. But sure, if you want to try and trade knight d2 is also...
We can any moment play knight
Knight
c3 if you
c3,
want
yeah.
to. Yeah,
But
we can still go.
even knight, okay. But even knight c3, I was going to say, even if I'm not getting my bishop trapped by. No.
Oh, this
knight
one.
c3 is, yeah, that one. But no. I can play knight c3 and knight d2, of course.
Maybe this is at least an attempt to prolong the game. If black really wants to play on. I think the bishop, dark square bishop is worse for white than it is for black. And f5 could be a useful way to secure the knight on e4. Of course, there's an issue of knight coming to d4 sometimes. And maybe exerting some pressure here with the tactics of this sort.
Yeah, I assume, I guess g6 and bishop c6 was played. Yeah, we might see this.
He's trying to keep the game alive at least a little bit more. But most likely it's not going to be anything exciting in this one. And
so you're betting on a draw.
Yes, I would bet a lot on a draw here. But I guess we can go for a break and return for already all the exciting stuff of the round when all the players will be getting more and more deeply in the time trouble, and the action is gonna become much more quick. How does
Yeah,
that
because
sound?
I think things are happening in Anish's game, but we can leave that for after the break. At a quick glance, it looks like he's doing great.
Yeah,
So,
but might be just very concrete tactical stuff as well.
so we're gonna check that out in after the break.
Yeah, so we will be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the third round of Sharjah Masters. We're back after a short break, and yeah, some games are over, some games are just starting to heat up.
Like, for example, board number 3 that we have here.
Yeah, not sure if it's already after all the action or it's just starting to heat up, but let's take a look at that one. I guess we can walk through it from where we left it off to
We left
understand
it
what
on
happened.
F4. Yeah.
Yeah, so F4, e takes F4 did happen, Queen F3, the move that we expected, and now Knight H7. Hoping to play G5, so of course White just takes the pawn, and now Knight is rerouting somewhere to the better square, I guess, E6 and G6 as an options. Rook F1, again, super logical move. F6, defending the pawn. And Queen F5, so we couldn't play immediately any move like G5 since the knight was hanging. And White is attacking on C5 also at the same time. Just very such a direct game from the White side so far. So Knight E6, defending the pawn on C5. Knight F4, trying to kick out the defender. So there's an exchange, again defending the pawn and breaking open with G5. Using
Creating another weakness, no? On G7.
Yeah, using the open file. Knight E7, just simply retreating. And now we have a protected passed pawn and a very big weakness on G6, which also just got immediately taken. Still some checks. Rook exchange, rook coming to H6, attacking another pawn. Oh, and we cannot move the rook away since it is basically a checkmate. So that's why we see King D8 right now. But now King coming to G2, not allowing any more rook moves to the second or first rank. So we have Rook G8 check and Rook G1 trying to attack some pawns as well, looking for some counter game. And now Anish Giri, yeah, having an extra pawn is just looking for the most precise way how to try to convert this one.
I guess Rook C1 is Black's next move, right? Because, okay, so we have a movement ready.
Yeah, just to be able to defend the C2 pawn and later to try to take on H4 with a king. We don't need two pieces attacking undefended pawn. It's looking
Is
visually...
this just winning?
Yeah, just looking very bad. But maybe we can get some counter game going. But how? Okay, so...
Any way to defend that pawn to begin with? Like, because, okay, Rook C1, I assume Rook F2 doesn't help a lot.
And if Rook went to B1, then just B3, still another move. And we are not in time to launch any stuff with A6, B5. I mean, I think maybe it's necessary to try something like this, but... Knight is perfectly dominating the other knight.
I was looking at the exact same thing, that I would like to get the knight to B4 or to E3 or somewhere to attack the pawn on C2, but no.
And if
Just
we
not
don't
gonna happen.
do something like King C7, I think that this is just gonna be way too slow.
No?
Yeah, even Knight C4 as like the most basic move and just playing something. King G5, H4. It should be just winning.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be easy, but of course White should be winning.
And what's incredible is how straightforward was all the White's moves. Looking, if you just look back at how this advantage occurred, like just coming from this moment where, of course, we're not using engines, we didn't check anything with an engine, but it felt that in this moment there was a rushed, somewhat decision from Black side to take on H3 and allow this G4 plan without being able to play G5 yourself. And just this tiny little thing then connected still with the queen on D7 maybe being not that comfortable square. It just all led to Very, very easy game from the white side. F4, the most logical move. Queen F3, again, just the most logical move. Taking the pawn, the most logical move. Bringing out the piece with attacking the pawn. Again, activating, attacking the pawn. Activating, attacking. And so the pawn hanging. Now again, attacking the pawn. And yeah, just attacking the defender and picking up the pawn. And just exchanging and again, attacking the pawn. Bringing out the king and now
It
just
feels so
defending.
easy now that that we see everything on the board.
And
So there is something to it. Rook A1,
yeah, one.
B3.
Does he want to attack from A2? Does that
I
do
think
anything?
so. Let's see. Rook F2. The pawn on C2 is pinned, but how does that help?
Yeah, we cannot get any. Oh, like if we could get A6, B5 on the board, kick the knight out, and play something like C4, then the spin could play a role because we could be threatening some some stuff on taking the
Yeah.
pawns. But
It's so many
that
moves.
is, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 at least moves minimum, probably more, with all the checks in the middle and threats from the white side. And now the rook is not going to be able to help to defend against h-pawn as well.
So is there any other trick that we are missing after Rook A1? Because I see white taking his time also.
Maybe he's calculating, does he need to defend a pawn? Or maybe the pawn just does not matter. Although,
Right. He's looking at king takes h4 and try to push the h-pawn as soon as possible.
yeah, because we could actually get a situation like this, and now we could be playing such a clever move like rook f1, not letting the rook back in the game. If you go rook a2, then I just go rook b1. And now I just want to play king g5 and promote.
Well, there's b5, unfortunately. Sorry to ruin your
But it doesn't
plan.
exactly help.
It doesn't exactly help, yeah, but at least it kind of brings the rook. Yeah, it doesn't exactly help. I agree with that.
So, and the h-pawn could be just running. Yeah, you can play moves like this, maybe knight coming to g4. There is one check, but king is gonna go to f4. h5, h6 is already by force. And if we need, we can just, yeah, even use the a file to pick up the a pawn again and the rook.
Yeah,
So
this looks very comfortable for me.
I think he's just calculating, does he need to go for it or no?
Right.
Yeah, it looks great. It just looks great for white, and very instructive game. If it all is actually correct and we didn't miss something obvious and players didn't miss something obvious, then this is like this, just a perfect illustration of this such a strategical little nuances in such a semi-close position, and the I guess
The way to play against the weaknesses and create
yeah,
them.
and the false sense of security that yeah, you can feel like you're completely safe, but you're actually not that safe.
Oh, he went for b3 in the end.
Yeah, from one side, yeah, it could be winning, but from the other side, you also are like wondering, but why should I be calculating anything?
Exactly, because it feels like the position is so under control. It's your defense c2. I don't really see how black can put a lot of pressure on c2 at least. And rook f2. Yeah.
The king coming over to c7 as well. Natural taking the pawn on h4. We already see the hand reaching for it.
King
Yeah, it's
h4
gone.
played.
guess king d6 will be played with an attempt to get the king to e6, the knight in the game, and now maybe Anish again is gonna take some time, just if to play knight c4 and quickly bring the king around, or just to play knight g4, because knight on g4 actually can be very useful in a way that it's not a check, but there will be no checks for
Kind of
for white.
shields the king, and you can push the pawn.
Yeah, just coming there, and then it already goes till the 6th rank with big speed.
I think even further, because you always have rook h2 if the rook goes to h1, no?
Oh,
It's kind
yeah.
of...
Oh yeah, so it just looks very clean way to win knight g4. Hard to imagine any move at all, because also any of this stuff, it just doesn't make any difference at all. You can just take. We can even just ignore it and keep pushing it, right? And that is the end of it, probably.
I don't think we care about that pawn anymore, too. We can play h6 and h7.
And h7, though, it could get stopped. I know, rook
And rook
h2.
h2, yeah.
And that's it. There is no knight g6 even. The king is perfectly placed in opposition to the black knight in the diagonal, 2 squares. And yeah, the pawn is just promoting.
It feels so easy, yeah. It's, it's funny. Okay, do you want to check board 4? Because I see f4 on the board, and we have been looking at f4 ideas.
Yeah, let's see that
in
one.
that Name So Indian game.
Time is also running lower there with a lot of action on the board. So we saw g3. There was bishop g4 just to provoke f3 and then it went back. Wow. That's interesting. And now knight d3. Now knight g8. So both sides are maneuvering and preparing for each other's ideas. White is preparing the break with f4. Black is preparing some maybe f5 stuff. I'm not sure. But f4 came first. Now there was exchange and a knight back. Trying to win the square on e5.
I was looking at rook f2, but yeah, knight g2 is... Yeah. Well, rook f2...
Yeah.
I thought there was a trick with knight f4, but no. No trick there.
Yeah.
No.
Just... Oh, there even is a bishop.
Yeah. Oh, right, you can cover with a knight.
Yeah, so...
Knight g2 makes sense to cover h4 as well. Yeah.
White bringing out all the pieces. And it looks like a pleasant position. At least it feels like in the last 5 moves, 10 moves, White has achieved quite a lot of progress, while Black has just been standing and waiting. Maybe trying to provoke White from something.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Maybe trying to make White create some weaknesses. But how do we use them now that we've created them? So, how do you prove that this is overextended? Do you want to play f5 at some point?
Ooh, f5.
No, with Black, I mean. With Black.
Okay. Because I thought this is an idea to consider.
Oh. At first sight, I didn't want to play f5, but now that you get to play f6, maybe.
But of course, rook g8 is coming, and the problem is that you are required to calculate here.
Bishop g5 at first sight is nice.
But this could be the kind of stuff that Black is hoping that it's gonna happen. Because yeah, there's just a lot of possibility. Maybe knight g4. Oh, the queen
knight
g4.
Yeah, knight g4 was also moved. But queen g4 is, yeah. And also trade, and the knight on d3, so a bishop on d3. So.
And if we take, then we take with the key rook, I guess.
And then I can take on g3 and on d3.
Aha, yeah, that is also hanging. That's not so good.
There was also knight f3, but I don't know how it goes after knight f3. I
Yeah,
guess
that
no
might be
options.
okay for black even after for white even after most like king e1. I think it's kind of okay. But yeah, and also knight g4 I think is pretty nice. Just taking over those squares completely, threatening just to take on f6 and put a really big pressure on the g file.
Yeah, on h3 takes on f6. There's not much. Yeah, I think that's fine for black.
So not ready for f5, f6. Have to prepare more. I think so far white has done a very good job on not creating any weaknesses, being very patient, yet in the same time, yeah, improving the position, just patiently improving position. But now,
Would e5? Would e5 be a try? Knight f5, yes.
mm-hmm.
And I haven't figured out much further than that, but we can try.
Guess we don't threaten anything, and the knights start jumping. That's the big problem. So h4 is coming, e5 is hanging. Maybe we should take a moment still to prepare something.
Yeah.
So, how to do that? Knight e3 back? Could be
If
a
you want to
move.
play, but yeah, but 93, what are you preparing? You're preparing f5? Not really, no.
Thought I was preparing e5, but
But
maybe I'm
now on
not.
e5, I'm taking on e5, no?
Uh, let's say we need
You
a
want
move
to
from the
take
black
on
side.
g6, right? Not easy to pass the turn. Just rook b7. Maybe that would be useful to play rook e7 in the future. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, so e5
Mm-hmm.
takes. Oh, and there's rook not
And
hanging on b8 anymore.
oh, yeah, of course I saw that, and I was planning to take on f4. That was all planned.
I had such a nice idea prepared, and now it's not working, and so it's
No,
not clear
no.
why. Yeah, so I got tricked very, very badly. Could like to get the bishop around to g2, but I guess that's not happening.
Okay, if you
Okay,
try something like rook g2,
yeah,
well, that's
just
a big threat.
yeah. So now
That's a
a4
big threat.
can f5 is threatening, and if no, I want to just play bishop c2 later, and that's a big progress that I got my rook out of a2. Since now I have this dynamic that I would like to play bishop c2 and get the rook over, but I can't because the pawn is hanging. So if I do this, threatening some checkmate a little bit.
A little bit of checkmate is always annoying. Doesn't have to be a lot of checkmate, just the right amount. So maybe f6.
Okay.
Yeah, but then e5. I think then e5 is actually.
But that's again actually the same tactical mess. after e takes f4.
But queen takes, and now you have the rook on g2. I thought that might be different. You could take on g6.
Yeah, but at the same time, we also have all the pieces working for black. And there is the annoying pin. Rook is coming to e7, rook is coming to e4. I think this could be pretty good for black. And again, like a success in a way that they did manage to provoke white a bit more. Maybe we don't rush. Still, we are patient. Now we do the bishop c2 move. Because what to do next from the black side here?
Maybe the plan with rook e7 is not that stupid now. Like play something like queen f7 and try to bring the rook to e7. Sacrifice the exchange on e4.
Okay, so let's bring the knight around.
Prophylaxis. Okay, does f5 work?
Oh no, some stuff is happening with f5. Yeah, this is not nice. That's a very big pressure on the rook. Also, knight f5 was there with the same ideas.
Right. Knight h4. Well, maybe that was stronger.
So that's not great. It does feel like I made so much progress, but yet I cannot do anything. It is so...
I don't think e5 was not so... Was that terrible? Why was it position so terrible? After e5 and all the trades that you had with the queen on h3?
It just felt like all the black pieces are working and not all the white pieces are working. And that was the feeling why.
Maybe you can play rook to g3 and, just kick the queen out of there. You're not going anywhere.
I like it there.
Yeah, I see. I thought maybe we could go king h1 and rook g1, but maybe there's no time for it.
Yeah, rook e7 is the next move. And d6 is risky.
Okay, but if king h1 here and on king e7, rook e7, time to play rook.
Rook g1.
Is it so bad? Am I gonna get mated?
Let's try. Rook e4.
Queen c7. Who waits who?
Okay, I have to calculate way too many captures, but let's just play it and then see what happens. So there is a checkmate.
Yeah. A little checkmate, yes. Why should I have to take with the knight?
Another little checkmate.
Good news. Yeah, it's checkmate. Yeah, there's no good news about it.
So
okay, what if I play on h3? It's still checkmate.
It seems to be light square dominance.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't get there, but doesn't seem to work.
The feeling that the pieces are working. I not basing it on any calculation. So maybe there is some line which is very, very clever, but just the feeling is that black is ready for anything that white could throw at them. Yeah, even the rook on b7 is just so good.
Such a strong move.
Yeah, it is. Crazy strong. In the meantime, we have a win by Anish Giri on board 2.
He won, yeah?
So,
Okay.
yeah. So he moves on 2.5 out of 3. Very convincing game today. Probably also relatively easy in the sense that it did not require a lot of energy since he had more than 1 hour by the time he got over the almost winning position.
Yeah, and then he just had to convert it, which had no problems doing. And I see a couple more results on board 9. Ivic and Grebnev made a draw. On board 11, there was also a draw. Okay, one more draw on board 21. A few draws, no decisive result except for Anish's result.
And on board 10, Teodoro Nicolas won a game today again. Yesterday he won in spectacular manner, well, sacrificing 3 pawns positionally and then just being completely winning and still finishing off with a nice rook sacrifice. So yeah, he also moves on 2.5 out of 3.
Oh, he won in 21 moves. Do you want to quickly check out what happened?
Yeah, we can take a look at that game. Yesterday also, I think it was similar length game. Very, very quick and convincing one. So, kind of calm opening without too much happening. With the usual battle in the center of the 4 pawns. Very symmetrical. And okay, so now we had a bit of an exchange. No longer a symmetrical position. So knight b3, going to defend the pawn and force some action, but not doing that much, I guess, on the side. Rook on the file, open. So step by step, all the pieces are activating. Knight regrouping to the king side.
Going to f5, yeah.
G3, I guess it's slightly weakening already because, yeah, you can just go wrong accidentally with some tactics. And apparently, in such an innocent looking move like Rook C1 is already a bad one. Okay, but things are not that bad yet. It's just very, very uncomfortable. Yet now C5 is the move that loses due to a beautiful blow. Knight takes F2.
Bishop G3 is happening in case of king takes.
Yeah, seems that it's Bishop G3, and if we do take...
Oh, that's checkmate, yeah?
That's a checkmate. Not even winning the queen, just a checkmate. And
So
there
what's
is not
left?
much... Here is also knight e3.
Right.
And here I think we are anyways getting bishop
Keep
h2.
taking. Yeah,
Yeah.
queen G3.
So c takes d6, and now exchange on c2, take the rook. And another
I'm winning
fork.
more material.
Yeah,
in the end, it's just too much. It's an exchange in the end.
Exchange and a pawn? Or 2 pawns? Exchange and 2 pawns.
Will be 2 pawns, yeah.
Yeah, because d6 is also falling. Yeah, so such a...
Very nice knight f2 sacrifice. It's curious that knight f2 is always typical in these positions, but it always happens when you least expect it.
Yeah, here I guess it's just easy to miss, and also White spent 16 minutes on this move, so it was just thinking in a different direction. It did not somehow probably consider knight f2 at all. Usually,
most likely.
Yeah, the issue is not being able to calculate it, but just not calculating that move like at all.
Not seeing the move, yeah, not considering it. He probably looked at takes on c5 and things like that.
Or he looked at knight h2 for a moment and then just thought, okay, I take on d6 and the queens are getting exchanged. There's no pressure on g3 anymore, so it's all going to be fine without really getting into too deep calculation further on. Okay, congrats to Teodoro.
Nice win. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be seeing him a lot more if he's moving on 2.5 out of 3. And so what do we have still running from the games? We still have board 2 running, board 4 running, and board 5.
What's going on board 2? I think board 2 and board 5 were the ones that we haven't checked in a while. 4-2 was quite, oh. It was quite equal when we last saw it, and now there's a rook on b7.
But there is a rook missing.
There is a rook missing. Something wrong with the...
Yeah,
yes,
so
here there's a rook on c2.
We are noticing this kind of thing already a few times in few rounds. Yeah, just that somewhere that you slide the piece and it fixates on some square earlier on and registers already a bit too quickly in the system. And so the position was...
Probably the position is rook c8, yes. What do you think is rook c3?
Because next move by black was rook c3. So I think it was rook c3 maybe. Rook c3, knight c3, rook c8?
Maybe, but let's wait for the live board to get fixed and see what we actually have.
It might not actually get fixed at all as well. Yeah, there was a case of the entire game finishing with us not understanding why the result is such, but it turned out the game was completely different. So we'll see if it gets fixed at all or no. But yeah, the position on the board is also completely different because if you can see in the camera, there is a dark piece already somewhere in the white camp.
No, I think it was rook c8, actually what happened. And maybe the rook entered on c2 eventually. So maybe now here knight c3 is also possible. But okay, this is a guessing game now at this point.
Yeah, maybe there was rook a7, rook here, and something like this. No, probably not.
Yeah.
So
well, we can maybe check board 5 and hope that this will.
Let's do that.
Get fixed.
Oh wow.
It's 2 pawns up for white. So black did go for some knight d3 idea. Can we see how that happened? Knight c5
was played. E takes f6 was played. Took with the rook. Yeah, I guess it's natural to keep the knight protected. Now queen went to g3. And now knight d3. So sacrificing a pawn and bishop coming to b7. g5, rook to f7, and managing to take the second pawn. So in this version, what happens? Yeah, what happens is that the f file is closed. So here just knight d4 would come, and queen h1 looks scary, but it's just a check. Although, why not to play it anyways?
And what's the threat? Bishop takes. No, threat? Okay.
Just a nice square, because after queen c8, knight d4, we don't get the queen to e4 to this nice square. So my thought process was just to get it there. Also, if it just, yeah, maybe queen e4, not even queen h1. And then to be preparing for some crazy tactics, who knows where, in which way, but at least we have threats of
bishop g5 is actually an idea, right? It's not a... Yeah. Because if queen takes, there are also checks. Oh, not really. Anyway, there are some bishop g5 ideas to be looked out for.
But he, of course, was calculating some line, something that wasn't to his liking. So bishop c5, activating bishop's h3, creating a place for the king on h2. And now knight f5, last move played. Trying to release the pressure on f4. Of course, that was unpleasant pressure there. And if bishop retreats, then I guess the idea is just to go knight d6 anyway.
Is there any way to get something out of this? So for example, queen takes, rook takes, and some queen e4 or something. Oh.
And I go rook d8.
Yeah, you can.
It seems though it's scary. But yeah, we can always, if necessary, later on, let's say if we exchange all 4 rooks, I can just play king g1 and hide on f2, where there will be no checkmate any longer.
Okay, but now is maybe rook f8, what I can do. And I'm just saying that the bishop moves, there's queen e2, so you probably have to go to f2 if you move the bishop. Rook takes, and bishop f2. Queen c2 maybe, yeah.
That is not pleasant.
This is not easy, yes.
So maybe we have to keep
a pair of rooks. I mean, 2 rooks.
Yeah, maybe we play something like this then. And pretend that we can just wait in this position.
Which you can probably do, yeah, everything's defended this way.
Although it also feels like the kind of position where black should be able to make some preparational stuff at work and then in few moves deliver some very threatening blow. Another move that I think we didn't look at is we have time now to maybe find some intermediate moves like bishop f4.
I have a knight h6 in between move also.
Yeah, I think that must be the idea. Although, what happens?
No, just take on f4. I have to do.
Oh, but now we have rook e2.
Ah.
And that is game.
So knight h6 just doesn't work then, because I have nothing else but bishop f4 after pawn takes.
Yeah, but if we take bishop f4 now...
Still rook e2.
But now it might not be enough, because there's rook d8 as well at the end. So let's say rook e2, we can just take it, and now we have rook d8 as well. So perhaps we have to wait with this check and start with something like queen f5. And the entire position probably holds on some move like rook d8. If it holds.
I'm looking at rook f8 again.
At least the bishop is not going to be hanging on f4 any longer.
Yes, but now there's rook e2 as a threat. You can play rook d2 though. Well, but queen b1. Careful with.
Yeah, this is
queen
so
g1.
Powerful bishop. So far away, but still so powerful. Yeah, but this is gonna collapse.
Maybe it's nothing, but in practice it should be very difficult to hold and defend for one.
Or maybe it is also something after these kind of moves. Maybe not. Rook d8. Here. Ah no, we have rook d6. And still queen f7 is also there. And we are getting checkmated from the black side here. g6, we have queen h7, and here we have bishop g3. One,
Yeah,
one,
almost checking. Yeah, it's checking. Queen f4.
one square, not enough. I could sacrifice a queen if rook h1 would be a checkmate, but it's not. uh, okay, but also, if we don't like rook d8, I don't know if we do like it or not like it, but also there is a possibility to keep 4 rooks on the board by playing rook f5 and still having the threat of rook e2. That's gonna be a bit more unpleasant. The more pieces are on the board, the less safe I think the king is gonna be feeling. As maybe rook d2 is the only move, not to get checkmated immediately. Now there is quite a lot of freedom.
Maybe bring the queen again on the long diagonal.
And now rook d8 I think is not gonna be working anymore, and this whole setup, because there are just too many threats.
One moment. Could I have taken on f4 instead of rook f8?
4, take on e8.
Queen takes. And queen
Takes.
e2.
Okay, king g3.
Oh, you have queen b8. I didn't see.
And
So I saw queen d1, but you have queen b8.
yeah, that's lucky. I was just making moves and I saw that there's no checkmate. But yeah, here king queen b8. I saw it all, of course.
Unfortunate.
This is
They
the
could
stuff.
play rook d8 then. But this just shows how complex this position is. Imagine having to figure all this out with, well, 13 minutes left on the clock for Georgina here.
Yeah, good news for her is that it's not her move, and she actually is not trying to figure it out now. She already feels confident about having done it before and is now taking still probably what is like a final stroll in this game. It's
I
also
think so.
something when you are just about to approach the time trouble, your opponent is thinking, yeah, it's just a good idea to still get up if you have this moment, you're confident, just stretch your legs, get this blood flowing, and then get ready for the end game of the game, end phase of the game, yeah.
I wonder what the evaluation of this position is, because it feels so complicated. White has 2 extra pawns, but black has a lot of compensation for it. Will be
Yeah, I
fun
would
to check out.
guess. What's your guess?
Do you think it's 0-0?
we
It's
can
always 0-0 in these positions.
we can do some guessing game here. What is the guess?
It's probably around 0, maybe slightly better for black, minus 0 point something. But I don't think it's a huge advantage on either side.
I would say like -1.
-1, so that big.
I think it's
Okay.
rarely less, maybe nowadays. I just have a feeling like the modern stockfish is very generous with the evolution. And what used to be considered slightly better with 0304, nowadays it's like -1.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking some 0-4, 0. Oh, bishop f4. Yes, what you suggested.
Bishop f4, probably the only move.
Hmm.
Queen f4 technically is possible, but it just loses time. Or Just a second. Does this work? That could change things completely. If it works.
So what?
So
Rook d8
the,
forced or what?
the idea is to draw away the defense from the rook on f5. If that works, that is just brilliant. Then the whole knight f5 idea is just brilliant way to try to save it. Yes, she took with the queen. Wow. This is wild. I
So
think
after
that
rook
is the move.
f5, rook d8 is rook d8 the only move?
I think yes. If we play rook f5 is on the board, and she gonna play rook d8.
She's getting ready for a move.
It must be rook d8 if she's getting ready. I think she's double checking. It's the kind of move that you're always nervous to make. I don't know. Like for me, it's like even though it's obvious calculation, but whenever you put the piece under attack, I always myself feel like some stress a little bit inside in this very moment. Because it can just solve all the issue. And I think Salem missed it. Maybe now he sees the move. Like maybe look at the body language. There's no confidence in him. Like he's just trying to keep the
Poker face?
poker. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So
I'm
yeah,
very nervous about this game now.
but this is so beautiful. Just so the idea, just to show what we're calculating. So if we take with the rook here, then it's a check. So we're forced to take, and it's an exchange. And there's no way with the queen to get in. Rook d8. Wow, that is so cool. And if rook takes f4, then we have just rook c8, and we don't have any checks because bishop is covering it. And if we take here, white is just having an endgame with an extra pawn. With no queens, the king is completely safe. Yeah,
It is probably a draw, but she's gonna try, yeah? It's an endgame where she can try without any dangers. He played, what did he play? He took on d8, yeah?
He's gonna keep queens on the board because with queens, at least there should be no serious try from the white side.
Yeah, I think that's what it looks like. And queen f5. But now king d5 forces a trade of queens, or am I missing something?
Yeah, I think it just makes a draw. But it's a good result for white. Okay, queen d6 is the check given first.
Or maybe there's an immediate way to draw.
I think we're gonna see bishop f4. Maybe queen c6 is the trick, covering c8, and now threatening some checkmate. Oh, that is the trick. Why queen d6? So just trying to maybe force bishop f4, and queen f4 is played. Yeah, it's a safe move. And they agreed to a draw. Wow, that is an incredible find by Sgîrcea, I think. This motive of rook d8.
I think this was a very exciting game. It was a draw, but it was not a boring draw. We found so many ways for both sides to lose. And for it to end with this rook d8, it was really nice.
Yeah. So this knight f5, just such a nice way to lure your opponent into the forcing lines. And maybe there was a way just to keep the game going, not playing bishop f4 then. But it's of course so tempting just to go bishop f4 when you grab the pawn and so on. It's so easy to miss rook d8.
Yeah. And she had it figured out since she went for knight f5. She spent, how much time did she spend? That much time? 7 minutes.
Yeah, she saw the motive, and yeah, and it worked. Nice, nice draw.
Impressive
Very fighting
calculation, I
draw.
have to say. Impressive,
Yeah,
very
truly.
impressive calculation.
But we have another draw that is gonna be the theme of this tournament. So many draws.
Maybe we're gonna get some decisive game on result on board 4. What's been going on here? There's a pawn on e5. E5 happened at some point.
So here was rook e2 immediately played, saying that you cannot take on a4 because too
Why?
many tactics.
Because of f5 maybe? And I don't know.
Maybe of e5.
Maybe of e5.
Queen is necessary there on the defensive. So we're gonna trust the players. If both of the players said that it cannot be taken, then we're gonna agree.
They're strong enough. Okay,
And now
so
e5. And take on g6, take on e5, and we do get an endgame. a4 pawn is weak, but white is creating a passer on the e-file. Bishop takes a4, I assume is the move. And then the pawn gets to e7, and it can never be taken from e7 since bishop can defend it as well. Or is it more like rook a2?
Yeah, but bishop b3.
Bishop b3. Okay, bishop b3.
Maybe bishop d7 also. But bishop d7 I can take it. The rook's protected, Tom. You're tricking me here. Too many tricks.
Right, that's a knight. That's a knight in a place where the knight has no
there's a
business
bishop
being.
usually. Okay, so bishop c4 and
That is
maybe,
probably...
Yeah, maybe something like that.
What is this? Still not clear. Since king h7, we could play still knight h3. He took on a4. But also it could be just a move now, like knight f4 immediately, I think. Knight f4. And if king h7 comes, then I want to regroup. Or actually, no. Now I want to play here. And our bishop b3 takes, and now I want to regroup. With a fork on g5. If you take on e6, and other than that, just... Well, the easy plan is to attack g7 pawn. How easy it is to achieve it, that's a different question, of course.
Can black maybe try knight f5?
So knight g5.
Just to try and stop the pawn, king g8.
And bishop g3. That's bishop f4.
Rook, maybe rook a8, yeah. There's not much to play for with the rook on a8.
Maybe just b5, not to give up the pawn. It's gonna be hard to promote this pawn as well. But of course, yeah, the critical line is something like g4.
And now there's rook e7 and knight e7. Well, rook e7 actually maybe you move the rook to b6, and where's my knight going?
Huh. Well, probably back to h6. Take the pawn.
Yeah, he went for rook a2, so we might see something like this. On bishop d6 here. Rook e8.
Bishop d6, rook e8. It's a lot of simplification.
But it doesn't look simple at all.
Maybe we take, maybe they take. Bishop d4. Of course, I'm just guessing some moves. Or e7. But if knight gets to f6, can it be any more dangerous for black?
With the knight on f6, it might be kind of solid, yeah, because you stop the pawn. But I was wondering a few moves earlier when you went knight f4, if it was possible to go knight h4 instead. So you went knight f4. How was it? Rook a2, bishop b3.
No, I actually started with a knight move because
You started with a knight move, yes.
Because in this position, I didn't know what to do after g5. And I wanted to provoke king h7 first, and only then.
Here I was wondering if knight h4 was any good.
So
but maybe you can take on e6.
We can take. And now,
yeah, but no need.
And now it's a draw, yeah, with a perpetual check.
Yeah, it is a draw. It's a forced draw. Yeah, it's
since king cannot go to e8 because we will have rook e7.
How did the game go? There's rook on a7. Okay, so this is the game now.
And we might see some draw like that as well, since draw I don't think is bad for white already at this point. If the pawns are dropping, if there's nothing really after bishop takes c4. Okay, maybe we somehow start cleverly with bishop f4. If it's clever at all, I don't know. And let's say rook a8, maybe I do exchange. And now bring the knight to h4.
Can you go rook e8?
So we cannot take on g6 because that's gonna drop the pawn, so e7.
And now, okay, I can defend g6. How do I defend g6? Maybe with the... Oh, you want to play what, knight f5? Maybe that's an idea. But bishop f7 maybe. And knight f5. No need to give up the pawns.
Seems to be going towards the draw very quickly after some move like bishop c7, bishop d6, and a lot of exchanges, knight f5, and this is gonna be comfortably defended as well. But I think it makes it more safe for white if we exchange one pair of rooks. Oh, he's going for this draw.
On h6. The knight h4 one, no? Or
no.
Knight f4.
It's a different position. We still have a rook on the 7th, right? We have 4 rooks still, not 2. So
well, it looks similar to the knight h4 line, but he took on h6 first. So now on g5, there's a check.
He has at least a draw.
Yeah.
But maybe something more. So king has to go to h8, otherwise we drop an exchange. So king f... there was no
king f8, why not? No.
Yeah, because of rook f1, which doesn't exist. Okay, knight c6 now.
With e7 idea. No, rook f7 idea.
Rook f7 idea, which I'm not sure if it does anything.
It does, but because you're winning an exchange, no? Rook a8 has to be played, sorry, yeah. There.
Here. It feels so close to winning.
How do you get the knight on f6?
Or the pawn on e7 with knight on g6. You don't, I guess. The simple answer.
We don't like that answer.
Okay, let's try rook e4.
Yeah, I didn't know how that helps, really. B5?
All right. Doesn't.
Well,
But I think
black went for a completely different thing, which is king g8 in the game.
much more easy, much more safe. And so now
much
we cannot
smarter
take
because
rook
of rook
e6.
e6.
And then this draw, exactly the kind of position that we looked at, could happen now. And now the repetition with knight e7 and knight g6, king g8. And just a draw.
Yeah, we transpose to that one. And by the way, the game on board 2 also ended in a draw.
Yeah, that's, I guess, not a very big surprise.
Yeah, and it got fixed apparently, the board.
It was going towards it all the time. Okay.
And board 4 is probably also going towards a draw. Okay, let's see what other. We have a decisive result on board 7. Ivan Semlyansky won.
Oh, it looks like... So there was Red Lopez opening. Oh no, Berlin. And just exchanging and going for a long strategical battle. Provoking weaknesses. Finding some squares. Knight landing on the nice square on f5. And just white enjoying the small edge, but black being completely solid. A lot of piece maneuvering around until some stuff started to happen in the center. And somehow white ended up...
I guess the pawn couldn't have been taken or something. Knight d2. And for some reason I cannot take the pawn.
I think you can, but maybe he didn't like the line with losing the a6 pawn, but seems to be a lot of compensation.
Right. Squares again.
So c5 to defend the a6 pawn, but now e6 came. Nice strategical blow. Again, the position, I guess, is extremely complicated, but according to what we are seeing here after rook e2, it is still... It's not great, but it's okay. As after the game finishes, we automatically have the evaluation bar and all the evaluations visible. But yeah, rook f6, blundered, queen c5. Just lost another pawn. Could have the same position just with one extra pawn still. And now white has simply 2 extra pawns. And converted it. Oh, just resigned.
Just resigned, yeah.
Yeah, no counter game left. Queens are getting exchanged, rook endgame, 2 extra pawns.
B4 is also hanging. Yeah.
Okay. We can maybe take...
Sorry, yeah. Take a look at Oro.
Yeah, we can take a look at the board 18. How is Faustino Oro doing today against Ahmadzada Ahmad? And I think he's going well. First glance.
Looks like the pawn on c4 is running.
Then we eat it.
Yes, king d4 has to be played.
King d4 and rook g6 is trapping the rook.
Oh.
And it's not going to come out
really.
of the...
Bishop e6 and rook g8. But it's coming out, but with a draw.
Exactly. Yeah. Or yeah. Now rook g. No, now rook g doesn't
No,
work.
rook j doesn't work. Yeah, you're right.
So it's
Bishop f7 maybe, and instead, yeah. There and and who knows if the rook is coming out. No, it doesn't look like it's coming out now.
yeah, it doesn't look like it. But maybe it's not possible to trap it anyways. We can play something like e6, but bishop just goes away, and then we try to keep the rook in there. But at the same time,
Bishop sorry, king f5 is a threat. So maybe f3 defense.
yeah, f3. Okay, that's good. I could not find a way to get my bishop over there without getting checkmated on the first rank, since bishop a4 would be met by rook a8. But
right.
yeah, f3 is very universal. So yeah, the game, we can see also quickly the game. Caro-Kann, the strategical Caro-Kann, which looks a bit like Scandinavian now.
Yep.
And early queen exchange. Okay, giving up the bishop just for some stability, I guess, on the board. And oh, nice tactic, b5, getting the rook active. So positional pawn sacrifice. White refuses a draw. Yeah, and white was burning a lot of time. And in this moment, wow, 40 minutes. Is that correct? Yeah, it's 40 minutes on one move, knight b6. So after rook e1, I guess there were some problems to solve. b3, and now d5, another blow. But this is exactly how they teach you in the books to play. Like when the opponent's king is in the center, pieces are not developed, you gotta open up the game. Very curious how it is coming, like by the engines, how correct it is or no. But just first glance, that probably the idea is to attack and then attack the knight. And now knight has no d5
trapped?
square.
The knight is trapped, yeah?
Oh yeah,
knight
because
c8,
here
rook a8. King d8, I have a check.
Yeah, it's
maybe rook d8, but maybe rook d8 instead.
Yeah, maybe rook d8 is still not losing. But then at least you can play bishop d5, maybe.
It feels too little, but yeah, you can do that. Like after everything, kind of training off. Yeah, there's still some pressure.
Yeah, like maybe some b pawn, passed pawn we can stay with or something while black gets out with all the pieces. But maybe there's also something stronger for white after cd, as cd seems very anti-positional. But look at that, just such a nice concept of sacrificing so many pawns just to open up the position. And now rook b1, all the time attacking those pieces. And I guess he did not find anything better after f6 what to do than just to take already. Intermediate check still.
And that's how we got here.
And king running, bishop running, and king went to f5 actually first, not to e5. And now bishop got out. Okay, now activated the bishop, bishop d7, and rook a8. Not even king d4.
Yeah, well, a little bit of threat, no? Like you said.
And now, do you play king d4 or bishop f6? I guess this is a big moment for bishop f6.
Okay, but he answered your question. What happens on c5, though? Maybe the pawn is not... Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's... I guess you're trying to say the same thing, just more
it's not getting far, no? The pawn?
Yeah, it's not... yeah,
king
but
d5?
on the other hand, the problem can be that there is only one dark square that you need to cross. So it means you're already balancing on the edge.
And king d6 for example, was wrong?
This
on king d5, c6? King d6 was wrong?
I think it's just gonna be a very long game. White is just gonna be pushing. Still, those pawns are on the light squares, which can be a problem sometimes with some bishop e8. And it's just gonna be looking to improve the position step by step now from the white side. Rook a1. Okay, yeah, the rook should be defending the pawn from behind. That is the best when you need to hold it. And now if the bishop could safely get to d6 and king back to f6, of course it's gonna be safe. But the question is, do you have time to do this shuffle or no? I think rook f5 is e6 is interesting move here.
King b5?
And now c6.
Right. I don't have bishop e5.
Maybe g4. Ah, g4. That's so effective. If not for g4, I would be just looking to get my king out and then searching for some ideas. But g4.
I'm also kind of running out of moves with white here. I can not keep the rook on e6, no? And then bishop is e5.
Yeah, that's the unpleasant part of the g4 move. It completely ties down the game.
Well, but now maybe you can try the bishop e8 idea because you have 3 pawns on light squares, not just 2.
Yeah, that's true. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he does go for rook e6. That's. I think it can be still a very interesting endgame, and it can be still a lot of work left for Faustino Oro to defend this one. Since it's unlikely to be a forced draw, so it means that you're gonna be having to defend and defend and defend.
It would be nice to find a way to trade rooks maybe, but even that's not going to be easy because of bishop e8. Even without rooks, it still might be some work.
Maybe rook c2 now, then. Look for counter game. Yeah, that's what he's playing, of course. Always playing for counter game. Attacking chess, especially Faustino Oro being extremely good Bliss player. So this is the way they play, always attacking.
It's not so easy to make this move, no? You have to play what? King f1. Because on king f3 is again g4.
But yeah, I think king f1.
And I can still play bishop d4.
I think that could be pretty dangerous already.
Yeah. And rook f2.
Yeah, we just go king e1.
And do not take on h2 because of c7.
Yeah, and here's a move like this, and black could be very tied down. Of course, bishop e5 still holds it. Now some moves like king d1. And the grind starts. Very slow grind. With nothing forcing happening.
Still unpleasant, yeah.
But maybe you're gonna be in time to play h4 and exchange still a bit more. And then it could be a draw. He goes. Oh, king f1 was played, and also g4 now was played.
Okay. I like g4 because it forces white to make a move. And he doesn't really have a very useful one.
I think rook e3.
But maybe now the point is that bishop d4 and you have g4 compared to the other position.
Isn't this a worse version? Simply because of the fact that
it's also on a light square.
It's on the light square. h4 is not going to be that effective. So
So the same rook f2, king e1, rook c2, and bishop e8 you played before, which I guess again works.
So bishop e5, king d1 I think needs to be played. There is no time to try to take on h2 and hope to give up the bishop, because I think on this one wins.
Ah, that's nice.
And we just promote covering the squares. And there is not enough checks to do anything. King is just gonna hide.
No time.
And now if some move like... No, that's probably not a good square. Since we are getting more tempos. Okay, rook c5. Oh, he goes for rook e2.
Yeah. Isn't that draw immediately after? Maybe not. So what's the plan? If trade, yes?
There is no intermediate c7, I guess. So
because
he
of
had
rook
to take.
c2 back. Yeah.
And
you have to play king d6.
He probably wants to play with bishop e8, but here I think h4 is just enough.
Yes. Because even if white wins the g4 pawn, the g4 and g6 pawn is still a draw.
Yeah, so this is just gonna be a draw.
And we might... Oh, we already have a result on board 4. Was going to say we might see a draw. I saw there was the start of a repetition, but it's already a draw.
Yeah, just like we expected, just some repetition.
A different way. They found a different way to repeat moves, but it also involved knight e7 and knight g6.
Yeah, so... Okay, so again, so many draws. Wow, on the top 6 boards, we have only one result to game. And yeah, this one is also going to be a draw. h4 is already played, yeah, so there is no excitement left in this game. But good job for Faustino Oro defending a very tough position against a very strong player. This is usually the hardest part, just to be in an unpleasant position. But I guess what was working for him here is it was not strategically unpleasant. It was constantly very accurate calculation, which of course is the strong part of the game for all the young players.
Yeah. We still have one game going, board 8, where black might convert. And I'm checking what... Well, Abdusadarov, I'm going to check quickly on him. He's winning.
Okay,
Abdusadarov is on board 18.
He's managed to break through. And this game, though...
This game should be what? What do you think? Will black win this?
I think it's going to be a draw.
Should win. You think it's going to be a draw?
I think so, but maybe... maybe I'm completely wrong. I don't know. I guess depends on the next moves very much here. Okay, let's say rook h5, rook d5, king here, rook c5.
Yeah. And now maybe...
Or rook a8.
Not a8.
I don't know.
h8, sorry. Yeah. I was going to vote for rook h8. You want there and check on b1?
Yeah, check on b1 and...
The c4 also works, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't go to pawn endgame.
Not yet, no. But okay, rook c1. And check again, no?
Yeah. Okay, he chose completely different setup. With rook f6. Oh, it's actually more tricky. Much more tricky. Since
rook d5.
Yeah, now we come here.
And rook c5. Does rook f5 work?
is the great question. A5, king d4. Oh, that's again much more clever. Not allowing king
But
e4 just yet.
it's not kind of transposing with rook f5, rook c5 and king e4.
I guess it could, indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try to understand this position. It's forced to take.
G4.
And
Sorry. King c6 does not help.
but g4 also does not help. Now white
Right,
wins.
because I can catch the pawn. Yeah, g3, king e3.
Yeah. So king c6 would have to be played.
And on f6? Ah, king d7, okay.
Yeah, or yeah, king d6.
I don't know what I counted here.
So now
King
king
d5
here.
and king d7. And king f6, okay.
And now the g pawn runs. And now we are promoting with a check. And this is winning. So
Yeah.
doesn't work. And why we needed to run with the king is, of course, because otherwise king alone cannot do anything to two pawns. Okay, in that case, I think with this maneuver, if it doesn't work, white lost a tempo, since the king didn't get to e4, as in comparison to some lines like rook g6 or rook h5.
And he played rook g6, yes? Rook g6, rook c5, I think is the position on the board. But this
Yeah, so
is, move down. A move less
Yeah.
than what we saw.
So I would like to say that now it's for winning for black. Maybe it was winning also before, but now it feels like it should be winning for sure. Since I don't have for sure time to create any defense based on the fact that your rook is tied down on the 5th rank. It's going to be actually very useful in the 5th rank once it can go to a5 and support the pawn.
Cover against the checks
so
on the 5th rank.
Yeah, so it could be a big win for Nikitenko Mikhail against much higher rated opponent, and also would be a very big score again, 2.5 out of 3 if he does manage to convert this one against opposition of all players being 2600 level.
Abdusattorov won his game. He moved on 2 out of 3, right? He had made 2 draws.
Yeah.
Gabrielescu, my compatriot, lost unfortunately today to Mendonça.
And I guess all the games mainly are over, or if they are not over, they're coming to an end. All the top boards are already finished.
Yeah.
And we can just round up the results of the round and wait for the exciting day tomorrow.
So do we have anyone won 3? No, nobody has 3 out of 3, right? We have a lot of people with 2.5.
A lot of people. So yeah, the group with 1.5 was stretching till the board 17. And how many results? The results till there are actually not that many, but yeah, there is gonna be 1, 2, at least 3, 4, 5, 6, and at least 9 people with 2.5. I guess 10 also if it's Nikitenko also wins. Yeah, so it's gonna be 10 people with 2.5 out of 3, and they're all gonna be all facing each other. And a very big group of followers with 2 out of 3. Yeah, just that group is just by far the biggest one, including all the players with 1.5 who made the draw today, and all the players on 1 out of 2 who won the game today as well. And on the top boards, so we had just a lot of draws, and only Anish Guri won a very technical game against Pranav Anand, which looked
clean.
looked very clean and looked very easy, but that probably is just because it was just so perfect from his side, and it was hard to oppose it.
And then we had the exciting game on board 5, where players had 1 point each, but it was a very exciting game, nevertheless. Jujiner.
Which finished with a spectacular tactic to save the draw at the end. So today with you were me, Grandmaster Toms Kantans, and Women International Master Raluca Sgîrcea. And we're gonna be back with you tomorrow once again, the same time. All the rounds, as you can see in the schedule, are starting exactly in the same hours from now on. So depending on where you are located, so it is 2 p.m. is the round start for me. But that
same for me, yes. We are on the same time zone.
But it's gonna be 1 p.m. Central European time, the start of the rounds. Have a good day, good evening, wherever you're located. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Same time, same place. Thank you, guys.